Hello there. I am Sir Intimate, and I welcome you to the Adventures in Dundras. The last exciting episode of the Adventures in Dundras, our intrepid band of heroes, Talos, the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain, the Dwarven Paladin, Milo, the Halfling Rogue, and Dallen, the gunslinging Sorcerer Dragonborn, has spent a few days at Starfall Citadel, resting and relaxing and getting ready to continue their journey. After they took care of a few things at the Citadel, the party proceeded to depart for Port of Montagne. Once there, they did some last-minute shopping before they were greeted by the crew and captain of the Basilisk Folly, a notoriously powerful ship of both war and leisure. As while it's roamed the seas, making sure that pirates and other brigands were dealt with, they first and foremost had deep within their ship a cruise liner, well established and ready to provide the luxury of the highest quality to any who could pay. After spending 2 weeks aboard the Basilisk Folly, the party finally made it to Ravenscrest. Unsure of what quite to do at first, the party decided to head to a tavern to set up a base of operations and investigate after, as they were there for Dain, as rumor had it that some of his ancestral weapons and armor were nearby. As they made it to the town square heading to a nearby tavern, they heard a crier announcing a manhunt for an individual who murdered a prominent figure near the auction house, one that smelt of rotten eggs. And Dain and Milo overheard that the person that ended up being killed had recently purchased a very fancy set of armor. What will our heroes discover in this mysterious city of Ravenscrest? Will they be able to help Dain find his ancestral armor and warhammer and bring about his end to his personal quest? Find out on this exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras. But first, let us greet our players and see how they are doing, as it has been a little bit since we last spoke. See how they fare this day.
That would be amusing.
Hello there.
Hi, Tim.
Hello!
How's it going?
Good. We finally figured out Talos has a bulletin board trying to figure out what Milo's doing in the background.
Oh. A bulletin board?
No, I have a... I was playing something in the background and it sounded like one of them, so they're being silly.
Alright then. Well, how's it going, everyone?
It's going.
Great,
That is
fantastic
true.
conversation. Oh, Dain, how are you doing?
Hey, you caught me right in the mid-start of a yawn. My bad.
I'm like those servers at a restaurant. As soon as you take a bite, I have to come over and be like, "How's your food?"
That's been my bane recently. Like, not servers, but just about to start a conversation, and then a yawn will just be like, "And go." It's like, I just want to talk. Leave me alone, please.
It's like I just sat down.
It's too damn bad.
But no, I'm doing alright. Work has been, work. Lots of kids. They won't leave us alone. What is it? But yeah, apart from work, it's been pretty chill, really.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that.
How's your side been? I know you said you had a crazy week.
Yeah, and Aaron and Ryan know a little bit about this because I was chatting with them earlier this week about it. So this will be kind of a bit of an update for them in that regard. But essentially, I don't remember if I mentioned. I think I mentioned it last session that this entire week I kind of been voluntold into a 3 a.m. every day of the week kind of work week this time around, right?
Disgusting.
Yeah, so it was to reset a really large department, and it needed like my expertise and manpower to get it done. So I was all right with it. I was like, yeah, it's about an hour or so earlier than like what I kind of get up for already. So that's not the worst. So I went ahead and agreed to it. And I knew that this week would also be kind of a little rough in general for like the store a bit because we at least had one decent guy that was working for us. He's a seasonal, and so he's one of those guys where it's absolutely amazing when he comes, but then it's devastating when he leaves. But we know that coming like another half a year, he'll be back. So his last day was last Friday. So I knew coming in on Monday that things would probably not be great. But I was like, but last I knew, our next truck should be on Wednesday, so it should be fine. But I roll in on Monday, like at 3 a.m. and I was like, oh, there's a truck here. And then I checked the schedule, like, oh, okay. The managers already knew they scheduled the truck team to come in at their usual time at 4 a.m. That's perfectly reasonable. So I went in and I got to nose to the grindstone and was knocking out an aisle of this department. It was like mind-numbing, soul-suckingly just like dull and just. There's a reason why they scheduled the entire week for like a team of 6 of us to get it done.
That bad over there, huh?
It was bad. Like we had to go through basically every single item and like low down, like all cards on the table. It was our footwear department. So.
Oh.
Yeah, we
Those are
had to
never
go
fun.
through, open up every pair of shoe, make sure that each shoe matched the style of the box, and then each shoe matched the same size. And anything that didn't, we had to mislead it out and just kind of work it through. So it was a very meticulous job.
Say, okay, so let's see, make sure if this goes here, if this is actually what's supposed to be in here.
Yes. Unfortunately, I'm well accustomed to like tedious tasks and like getting like just working on the long term to take care of these sort of things. So it wasn't worse for me. What ended up happening though was like about 3 hours into Monday's shift, we got to a point where we were making decent progress, but then I felt my phone buzz and I took a look, and it was my coworker just back in the receiving area. She'd been working on trying to knock out some apparel, and she was asking me like, "Hey, is today a truck day?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I saw it when I came in, and the rest of the guys should be back there. They got scheduled for 4 o'clock, and then she's messaged me back, "There's nobody back here." And I was like, oh, like that classic like record screech stop, and I was like, "Hold on." And so I walked my way back there. I saw that, no, there was no one back there. And so I went and opened up the back door. I went out to like our drive area by our bay doors, and I saw the truck driver was asleep in his cab there, and I kind of knocked on his window. He wasn't fully asleep, so he kind of startled a little bit. He opened up his window and started handing me papers. Like, "Wait, are you here for us?" And he's like, "Yeah, this is your truck." And I was like, "Oh dear." So I went and immediately started radio. I was like, "Hey, are you here, logistics lead?" And I got no response. And I called to a few other people, and eventually, like after like 2 minutes of trying to reach out and trying to grit someone, I radioed the manager. I was like, "Manager, we might have a problem." Because at this point, by the time like action was finally taken, it was about 6:30, and the truck was supposed to have been started about 4 o'clock. So 2.5 hours had gone by without the truck being worked on, and like officially by this time, the truck is supposed to have been done. And so we began to scramble. I left the rest of the try to contact and get things organized to the manager as per needed. I was the only one that had the knowledge and the authority essentially to go and work the truck, so that was what I was doing for the first hour, all by myself. And things, eventually I got one of the truck team members that came in, but the other two remaining, the lead and his friend, they didn't respond. Calls to them went straight to voicemail, and they were unreachable. So Monday was a rough day because we were just kind of caught unawares and with our pants down essentially, and it did not end up well. So for the rest of the week, I did a combination of working the footwear department, but then also picking up for the slack of the lead because he proceeded to not arrive at work at all for any of the days.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And yeah, it just really kind of sucked. And so what ended up happening was come Thursday when our next truck came in, I just immediately went over and I just was focused on all that. And then by Friday, essentially, I managed to help finish up the footwear department, so we didn't have to worry so much about that. But I was then told that, yeah, we're looking for a new logistics lead now, and until then we're going to have you kind of bounce back and forth between inventory control as well as logistics to make sure that we're still covered until we get a replacement. I was like, because I knew it was going to happen, and I wasn't happy about it.
Yikes.
And I then heard right as I was leaving for my shift on Friday that, because one of the big things I was worried about was the logistics lead is one of the few people that is allowed to leave the store with a key to actually open up everything, because the managers don't want to come in at like 3 3 or 4 in the morning, so the logistics lead that comes in with the team that has to unload the truck that early, they require a key and their name on the alarm list to be able to access the store and start working. So my big worry was, oh god, he's got a key and unlimited access to the store at any point in time. That could be problematic. But I was able to overhear that he, apparently, his keys were, in fact, turned in by his girlfriend.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, so while the keys were taken back, I was disappointed here that it was because of it, like, he had his girlfriend taking him for him. Like, he didn't even come in and be man enough to do it himself.
Didn't even have the decency to show up and be just like, hey, no.
Yeah, so which is a shame because like I thought he and I had a good rapport. I thought things were going quite well for us, but I even had sent him a very quite heartfelt message on that Monday. Initially, when he wasn't showing up, I was like, "Hey, no one's like seen or heard from you in a while, so I hope nothing terrible has happened. You're doing all right. Hope to speak with you soon." Just kind of a disappointing week and a very crazy, hectic week of lots of 3 a.m. early shifts and trying to take care of things. So that's kind of how my week has been.
That's
Jeez.
definitely a lot.
Yeah. I promise normally my weeks aren't that crazy.
You sure?
It's just a thing, but in any case, I'm happy to be here now, and I'm happy to be on the session with you guys, and I'm more interested to hear about how the rest of your all week went, because Talos, you haven't even told us how your week has gone.
It's been going. Basically, getting the combination of dealing with my end for like we're dealing with grad bash stuff, but at the same time also like getting things prepped up for this Tuesday. I'm supposed to have my crown lengthening surgery, but of course looking at the paperwork, the paperwork they sent me to fill out is kind of confusing because it looks like it sounds like they're just doing a consulting, but at the same time it shows stuff for procedure. So unfortunately they don't have their offices open during the weekend or on Friday. So when I got the information, it was on Friday. So of course I couldn't contact them. So I had to call them and leave a message. Hopefully they call me tomorrow for more clarification, because if it's just a consultation, it's like, okay. But also because, like, apparently that's an automatic, not from my insurance, but straight from me for the consultation charge of $165 out of pocket. So it's like, okay, is this the procedure, or is this just the consultation, or are we doing both? What's going on? It's one of those things where it's like, great.
Yeah, doesn't sound terribly ideal.
And it's just one of those things where it's like, great, lovely, wonderful.
And how about you, Aaron? How are you doing?
It's been a week. So recently I've been working by myself just because the other dock attendant for our marina, who was working with me, left like a month or so now ago. And this is usually the time that larger vessels will start heading over towards the Med, since the Med season is from like May to like August or something. So quite a number of boats coming in for that, needing provisions and trying to get loaded up onto a ship, blah blah blah. And on top of all that, we had a fishing tournament this weekend.
Oh, fun.
That was fun.
No one knew a goddamn thing
Oh, no.
about it, so didn't know the number of boats that were coming in for it, didn't know what boats they had labeled as like a VIP. They didn't tell us that they needed help setting up for this concert that they had Friday night also. They didn't tell us anything until like an hour or so before it actually happened or anything like that.
Yikes.
So it's been a week.
I can imagine. Sorry to
Yeah,
hear
it is what it is. But fuck, man, getting really tired of this shit.
that. Yeah, don't blame you.
What was it? Also, just to put into perspective of how annoying these people are, on Saturday morning, the dock attendants at our marina were meant to help deliver food to the boats for like breakfast, lunch, and some fruit. So they actually have something to eat while fishing and all that. Well, just as we're about to get the food, one of the people from the fishing tournament come over and is like, "Hey, so I didn't know this, but I do now, and I need your help getting rid of this." Like, okay, what is it? Yeah, we put bananas in the fruit bags,
Oh no.
and for those who don't know, bananas are bad luck on ships.
Superstition.
Well, actually, I looked it up afterwards, but it actually does make sense, back then at least. So we spent like a solid 15 minutes just fucking removing bananas from these food bags. The picture that I have in Discord is the amount of bananas we fucking took off. But yes, it's been a week. I'm very happy it's over.
That was about bananas.
Yes, it is. The only thing that I could hear in my head as we were taking these bananas was the fucking banana phone song.
Oh god.
Banana, banana.
Ring, 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 banana phone. Anyways, that's been my week.
Sounds like it was bananas. Laugh track, please.
No, just disappointment.
Alright guys, have a good week. I'll see you next week.
How about you, Ryan? How you doing?
I mean, it's been okay. Around the end of the week, it got a little for me. Yesterday was especially annoying. It was a special kind of stupid and belligerent kind of customers I was dealing with. Just a lot of people. I had some lady saying, telling me her wash. I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, you have it. Then she went back around to get another wash, and she told me again with a lot more firmer. Like, yeah, you have that wash. Second time she did it, I just nodded at her and as she was moving, she kept on yelling at me. I just started ignoring her. Yes. I don't know what was going on with her, but it wasn't her asking if she had titanium, it was her saying she had a titanium, and I was like, looking at it like, yeah, you have a titanium. Looking straight at the wash.
No pleasing people.
I don't understand people. I had a lot of customers just yelling at me yesterday.
I don't know why they should do that. It's like, you're doing, like, people work the best they can, just have some patience and be nice to workers, like, especially in this day and age where apparently there's, like, a huge shortage of workers. Like, be nice to people. Like, things will get done when they get done. I mean, it's just how things are working these days.
But I want it done now.
Sadly, you can't expect people to be kind. Yeah, I expect them to be entitled.
There is that. All you can do is just do your best to gird yourself against their assaults, verbal and otherwise, and just do your best to kind of keep your chin up and go with the flow.
But yeah, I I almost never do. Didn't have a long shift this time yesterday. I usually don't take a break around when the shifts are that long, but I ended up needing to take a break. I was like, I can't keep working right now.
Yeah, definitely don't blame you for that one.
Yeah, I was on the verge of yelling at someone.
Well, don't do that. And it sounds like we've all had quite a week, but we are here together now, friends having a good time playing D&D.
Woo!
I'm so happy. I actually am very happy.
I am so happy. You can just hear the excitement in my voice.
Ryan, you need to make a deception check.
Alright, got it. Shit. Dallen's got a really bad perception. Not perception, he's got good perception. Deception.
I would hope that you have better.
You got a nat 20 as well.
20, let's go! Everyone believes me.
So sad. I mean, man, I've never heard someone more excited for D&D in my life.
No,
Hang on.
I can't see through that.
I've been waiting for this for my entire life. This one
Damn it, I was
session.
hoping for a nat 20 also.
Oh, man. Well, if you all are ready then, perhaps we should get into it and have ourselves a recap.
Looks like that. I didn't get to see it the whole entire session.
Without further ado then, let us dive back into Dundras. Last time on the adventures in Dundras. Our intrepid band of heroes, Talos, the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain, the Dwarven Paladin, Milo, the Halfling Rogue, and Dallen, a gunslinging sorcerer Dragonborn, had spent a few days at Starfall Citadel, relaxing and taking it easy while preparing themselves for the next leg of their journey. Before they left, Talos noticed something odd about Dallen, and when he investigated, he learned that Dallen had requested a private room to practice magic in within the Citadel, but to keep it unknown to the rest of the party. Thinking one of his personalities were up to no good, the party decided to keep an eye on Dallen and got him some more medicinal herbs to help his mental state, keep it from fracturing any further. Afterwards, the party began to head out, but just as they were leaving, they were introduced to the new captain of the guard of the Citadel, an imposing half-giant figure known as Kathos. Handpicked by the treasurer and keeping a couple personal lieutenants by his side, he promised the party that he would protect the Citadel for them in their absence. The party then departed for Montagne, and once there, they did some last-minute shopping, buying some potions and getting some more supplies, while some checked in on friends and family, before they all finally stood on the docks of the port, before the impressiveness of the Basilisk Folly. From there, they met the quartermaster and captain of the ship, and Talos decided to use his card for the treasure to secure all the party VIP passage to Ravenscrest, costing an impressive 200 gold a day. After getting aboard, the party was overwhelmed by the luxury, as they were benefiting from luxurious chefs cooking them whatever meals they desired, beds that just absolutely hugged them with comfort, as well as the benefits of living as if they were royalty. Enjoying this luxury, 2 weeks passed by with the party enjoying themselves, training, gambling, and otherwise having a very enjoyable trip. And at the end of those 2 weeks, feeling refreshed and ready to go, the party left the ship and entered the city of Ravenscrest. Not sure what to do first, the party decided to head to a tavern to set up a base of operations and investigate after. For the reason they were at Ravenscrest to begin with was to aid their ally Dain, whom had heard rumor and myths that perhaps his ancestral armor that he had been searching for quite a few decades was potentially seen somewhere near Ravenscrest. party made it to the town square, they heard a crier announcing a manhunt for an individual, or a group of individuals, who murdered a prominent figure near the auction house. Someone that seemed to smelt of rotten eggs. Dain and Milo overheard this, and as they listened in on a few of the individuals just gossiping around the square, they heard that supposedly the person that was killed had recently purchased a fancy set of armor from the auction house. Will our party be able to uncover this mystery? Will they be able to help Dain with his ancestral quest? Find out on this exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras.
Dun dun dun.
Alrighty. So, you all find yourself in the square of Ravenscrest. About in the center of town, off to the east of you, you can see the castle way up on the hill that seems to be whoever rules this area of land resides. And there are a few shops as well as a tavern or two here and there that one can go peruse for drinks, stuff for the night. It's earlier in the morning, I'd say about roughly 8 to 9 a.m. So the sun is kind of peeking up over the fog that is starting to disperse around the town. The much colorful lights that you saw the previous night when it was dark out seem to be gone, as the city has returned to a bit of a gray color, though admittedly you can, as you look around, you are able to see quite a few of the buildings do have glorious looking stained glass windows, so you have a lot of gray, just kind of rather gloomier looking surroundings with pops of color within to help give you a very unique sight of the surrounding area. People are going about their business. You see several stalls and stands offering fruits, some vegetables. You see some stalls of fish, as this center of town, this square, in a way, seems to almost be a bit of an open marketplace in a way. And people seem to be going about their business, shopping as necessary, and you see groups clustered here and there, like people that seem to know each other well enough. And there's a conglomeration of a lot of sorts of different people here. You see a few dwarves here and there. You see a couple, quite a few humans going about their normal shopping. But distinctly, there is a lot of the blue-skinned sea elves that reside in this area. Many that have a lot of seafaring clothes on, as you see some of them heading down to the docks to get their daily work done. You see some maybe taking a break. It's just a hustle-bustle of a port city. A lot of moving parts and a lot of action, as you all are just kind of standing there, having heard this crier as he continues down one of the side streets, making his cries out as the city events take place. This is where you find yourself. There's a bit of recap as well. So, Talos, you're feeling yourself pretty good. All of you had a pretty productive couple weeks aboard the Basilisk Folly, and you know that you feel as if you're on the verge of a breakthrough of mastering a new technique, and you know that one full good day of training is probably what you need to finish up. And you remember fondly your time with Dallen, as you, Dallen, and Dain were found frequently in the gyms of the Basilisk Folly, training with one another, as Dallen, in particular, was making great strides in trying to increase his strength capacity, as he did a lot of weightlifting, a lot of endurance building, and Dallen, as you made some good progress. You had several days of that training that didn't quite work out, where you ended up spraining a few things and losing some progress, but you feel also almost like better than you did before. You feel as if you yourself, if you had one more good day of just focused training, where you did nothing but train on your physical well-being, you might be able to break your physical bounds and improve yourself.
I will become Saitama.
And so this is where you find yourself in the middle of Ravenscrest, having you see all around you, of course, a few different. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Milo, give me a D100 roll.
Okay.
Alrighty then. And then go ahead and give me a stealth check real quick, Milo. Ooh, very nice. And a sleight of hand. Jeez, like a master. And so, you had your eye on a couple marks, and you found as you all were leaving the dock, Milo, you found your opportunity as he was waiting for his baggage to be brought to him, where you kind of slipped nearby him, and like a master, you were able to take his coin purse and walk away very happily as you have made off with. Calculate this here. That's not what I want. I want a calculator. You have made off with 476 gold pieces from your mark.
Very well.
There we go. Alright. So, the two of you still in need of just a little more training before you break personal bounds. Milo getting a little more heft to his coin purse and a mystery afoot. What do you all do?
Dallen's gonna go look for a gym.
Just a gym in town?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Are you going to tell your fellow party members? Or are you just going to walk off?
Dallen's gonna walk off.
The three of you watch as Dallen, just as he's looking around, begins to wander off on his own.
Where you going, Dallen?
I'd like to know that as well.
Do you respond?
Apparently not.
Now, those of you...
So I got a 19.
Yep, you got 19. Milo, you still see him. Anyone else want to roll? Dain, a few CLs get in your way as Dallen slips away and you lose sight of him in the crowd.
Damn CLs.
Talos, are you gonna check for to see if you can keep an eye on him?
Let me see. Let me try that. Let me pull this up. Trying to get this thing to load up real quick.
Mhm.
Perception.
You also lose track of Dallen, so Milo, you're the only one that sees Dallen slip away into the crowd.
I try and steal Talos's hammer.
Give me a sleight of hand check, and Talos.
As
Give
Dallen,
Give me another
Oh.
perception check, Talos.
All right.
as Dallen is trying to steal this, can I just look over at him and be like, "What the fuck are you doing, my guy?"
I'm gonna use my lucky thing to re-roll that.
Go for it.
What is with his fascination with me trying to steal?
13.
13.
So
What is
Dallen,
with
as
it?
you sneak up behind Talos, you get your hands on the handle of his warhammer, and as you begin to pull it out and pull it away, you feel a tug as Talos has grabbed the base of his warhammer with one hand and is firmly holding it.
Dallen just awkwardly waves at him.
What are you doing?
Trying to mess with you.
Hey,
Please
that's my
don't.
job.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go look for a gym. You guys want to tag along?
Might as well. See what the local area has to offer. Also keep an eye out as well for an ear out for any news.
Well, I have no place in a gym, so have fun, guys. I will.
What? You don't wanna bulk up, my guy?
Milo looks down at himself and is like 2 to 3 foot size.
I am a solid 3.5 feet. Thank you very much.
3.5.
I'm just gonna look at Dallen and be like, "Are you fucking kidding me? I can hear all three of you walking from a mile away. Why the fuck would I want to be like that?"
That's because we have this, as Down smacks his thigh armor.
Clank.
And as I said, I can hear you guys from a mile away.
Alright, that's understandable. What about you, Talos?
Milo, on second thought, I'm coming with you.
Down looks a little bit hurt.
Don't we have a bit of a thing that we already have to looking for with Dain?
I mean, if you guys want, me and Dain can handle that.
Hey, it's I know you two are working on bettering yourself on the ship, and it looked like you were almost there. We can go secure some information, and keep. It also means that you two can keep an ear out on in the gym as well, in the local area.
True.
Is he really that mad that Dallen tried taking his hammer?
No, he's more like just like, why?
Wow. Wow.
Why? It would have been hilarious if he was actually able to take it with a 9.
Is Chip working?
I don't hear any music.
Pip is in here, however, not playing music.
That's strange. I thought
Just lurking.
I had him.
Might be because we're in the party channel and not the general chat.
No, Chip's in here
No.
also, so it wouldn't be working. I'm pretty sure Discord had an update earlier this week, so I don't know if the people who made Chip got around to updating it by chance. If that's the issue, or...
Possibly. Let me see what chip support is saying. Let's see. Yesterday they had planned maintenance. It says all services are fully operational again. That was yesterday at noon.
Take Chip out and try it again?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on?
That's what I'm doing. So stop and...
If only we could do that for your brain, Dallen.
If only.
Sorry, some typical difficulties here. Well, it looked like it was doing a thing for a second there, but it does not seem to be working any yet.
Well.
That sucks. Oh well, I guess I'll just do some ambiance in game here. Let's see. Let's do you.
I was about to say I heard something, but I think it's background when my dad's watching.
No, I can hear the background music in Roll 20.
Yep. There you go. Should be able to start hearing some stuff now. Make sure it's not overwhelming, but there we go. A little bit of city ambiance too going up there.
Sounds okay on my end.
Very good, very good. Alright, so. You all have decided on course of action, so Dallen is going out to search for a place to train, and Dane's going with you? Or...
I think what I thought was Dain and Milo were gonna try looking for info.
Yes.
Yeah, Dain and
Yeah.
Milo are gonna wander
Gotcha.
off and go listen for info
Yeah.
and such.
I'll go with Dallen. Let's see if we can find a place to finish up our training.
Sounds good.
Taking a little bit to remember his name.
No, I'm also trying to read notes at the same time. It's like trying to do It's like, okay, I'm trying to do 5 things.
No, you're
all
good,
at
man. I was just giving you a hard time.
Alright, so as the party splits up, one of you from each group roll an initiative check to see who's going to go first.
Action.
I got the stain, don't you worry.
I was about to say, like, my initiative is shit.
Oh,
Fuck,
first line is Milo.
Hey Talos, you wanna take over from me for a second?
So what? Oh, you give me a...
Oh no, you don't need to do a roll.
Yeah.
Here I have mine.
I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, I'm like, what are you talking about? He got the higher roll.
Alright, so as the party splits off, Dain and Milo, you leave Dallen and Talos behind as you go deeper into the marketplace. Where are you going?
I was just gonna look at Dain and be like, well, we know the armor was stolen from someone after they bought it from the auction house, correct?
Hey. And this, apparently they smelled of rotten eggs, which, well, reminds me of some of the old sulfur mines in Blackspire. Possibly head over towards the auction house, see what we can gather from there.
Can Milo make a perception check real fast?
Certainly, what are you trying to perceive?
Trying to find a way into the local thieves guild.
Alrighty.
It's like I just look at the auction house, turn back, and just gone.
Milo was not gonna do that to you. For now.
Oh no.
As you look around in the marketplace area that you're in the center of town, you do see a few figures and some cloaks kind of hanging out in a few areas, some that seem to be flicking a coin over. But as you take a look in the wide open space, you don't see any openings or any obvious or unobvious nooks or crannies that would indicate that that would be an entrance to underground or any sort of thieves guild area.
So no like symbols in thieves' can on like any of the bricks on the ground or anything like
Not in this
showing away.
area. Yeah, you do have a good look around, but you do not see any in this particular area.
Fair enough. Well, Dane, because we're most likely working with thieves, those despicable people, why don't you go to the auction house? I said what I said. Why don't you go to the auction? Why don't you go to the auction house, see what you can find there, and I'll try to find a couple of people and see what I know.
Hey, I can do that. Try not to get wrapped up in too much trouble over there.
Mel's just gonna put his arms out, like, come on, when have I ever have gotten up into trouble?
He's just gonna kind of cross his arms, just hand on his chin, just like, well, there was that time.
Please go on. I'm waiting.
Dane's gonna turn around and walk off towards the auction house.
Sounds good. Do you know where the auction house is?
I have no idea. I'm just sort of wandering in a direction right now. Make it look like I know where I'm going somewhere, and then I'm just gonna ask someone.
Do I know where the auction house is?
Good lord. The natural 20. Yeah, as you watch Dain starting to walk in one direction, eyes quickly scan around, and you do catch a couple signs that indicate, like, marketplace, castle, docks, auction house, and it's the exact opposite direction that Dain is heading. But you look
Hey,
at Dain, he's so confident in his direction.
Hey, Dane.
Hey?
Mel's just gonna point over in the direction of the auction house. It's that way.
I know that. I was just getting the lay of the land. He's gonna turn around and go in the direction of the auction house.
Just walk back towards Milo.
So good.
Alright, and so, Milo, as you watch Dain go in the nice directions you've given him, you're left on your own on the edge of the marketplace. After about a few minutes traveling, Dain, you come into an area where it's obvious something is going on, as you see an elaborate, almost fancy-looking warehouse. It has a couple of small doors, but then a couple of larger doors that are, like, all of them are currently closed, and you see a few guards positioned nearby. But you see that there's a lot of sound and a lot of movement and people. One of the alleys, almost next to the auction house.
Gonna kind of wander over to the alley with all of the with all the commotion going on. Just see if I overhear anything or notice anything.
As you head towards the alley, the entrance of the alley is blocked by two guards that are stationed there to block traffic from coming nearby. And as you approach, they kind of interpose themselves between you and the alley. As you hear one of them say, "Hey, what? Sorry, lad, but this here way is closed to the public. You're going to have to find another way around."
My apologies, good sir. I was having a wander around the city. I did not realise this area was blocked off. My apologies.
It's fine. Be on your way now. Just a crime is committed over here. We're trying to investigate.
Crime, you say? If you don't mind me asking, what kind?
No need to concern yourself, citizen. We have the proper authorities working on investigating it. But just know that that is why this area is closed off. They are looking for evidence.
Hey, well, good to know such capable gentlemen are on the case.
Roll a quick perception check, as imagining your eyes are kind of flicking between them and trying to look behind them. 13. As you kind of like try to gaze behind them, a lot of the area seems to be covered with a few individuals walking here and there. but you do see what looks to be a something lumped about the middle of the alleyway with a cloth strewn over it. And every once in a while, you see some individuals lifting the cloth and looking underneath, and then looking around. You do see blood splattered along some parts of the ground. Some of it seems to have splashed onto the side of the auction house itself, but with a 13, you're not able to get much more than that.
Looks like a sort of nasty commotion with that one. My condolences to the unlucky person underneath that cloth right there.
I'm sure they would appreciate if they were still alive. On your way now, otherwise we might start suspecting you, as they start to squint their eyes at you a little bit. And they will say that the murderer always returns to the place of the crime.
I'd be a pretty shite murderer if I was trying to get back in.
Their eyes squint at you a little more.
But I shall be on my way. Dane's gonna kind of just head off to the other, well, away from the auction house for a minute.
So you make your way out a little bit. What are you up to, Milo?
Milo's gonna just start like walking along the docks here, and to majority of people, it's looking like he's just talking to himself about random shit. Everyone else that understands Thieves' Cant, he's gonna be offering 50 gold in order to find where the Thieves Guild is.
Give me a persuasion check. See, 25. As you are kind of going around, just kind of mumbling to yourself and passing by individuals that you feel might be involved. You get a lot of weird, strange looks from people. A couple people just kind of look at you and just go, "New town drunk," as they kind of walk away. But eventually, you get you bump into someone in some raggedy clothes. They're rather dirty and disgusting looking. Looks like they've been crawling around the mud for weeks. As he just kind of like puts a hand on you shakily and just goes, "Hello, sir. Spare gold piece." Do you do anything?
Since he put a hand on me, can I make a perception check real fast?
Sure. Are you looking for anything in particular?
I'm making sure he's not trying to steal from me.
You do actually feel his hand, one of his hands, starting to go towards Murph's a little bit.
And how tall is this person, would you say?
They're about roughly 4 or 5 feet. At least they're hunched over that way. They seem to be kind of an older individual. So standing
Milo's
up
gonna take his...
tall, they might be like they probably are about 5.5-ish to 6 feet.
Okay, Milo's gonna take his dagger, put it right up his crotch, and say, "Get your hand away from my bag."
Ooh. As he just all movement stops for a second as he lifts his hand away from you and goes, terribly sorry, sir. Just was looking to perhaps get a gold piece." And then at these kind of goes, "Or maybe 50. As his eye kind of squints into a glint.
Check your pockets.
Did you slip him the 50?
Yeah, that's what I rolled, the sleight of hand.
He did not notice you doing that as he then checks in and goes, "Oh, you're good." As he kind of nods his head towards an alleyway.
I follow him now. And sheath the dagger.
As you kind of follow him into the alleyway, he kind of leans up against the wall a little bit and has a look at you. Tell me, young one, what could a strapping young feller like you be doing looking for thieves'
I'm sorry, did I pay you for questions?
gold?
Or did I pay you to show me?
Fair enough, fair enough. Give me a quick intimidation check with that.
With advantage, you got it. 14.
Ooh, just barely beat him out with that one. As he just kind of nods his head a little bit and go ahead and goes down another turn on the alleyway. This way. He then goes over to a sewer grate and lifts it up and starts to go underneath it.
I'll follow him and put the grate back over top.
Inside the sewers, there's a steady stream of water that goes in the middle of these tunnels in a direction towards what you can assume is south towards the sea. And as you follow him around for a few twists and turns, it's quite dark, but you notice that the individual doesn't seem to be carrying any light and doesn't seem to need it, whereas you have, of course, your Hand of Glory that illuminates the area for your eyes only. And after some time, you do come across a bit of a dead end in the tunnel where you can see just above you is a solid grate that doesn't move, but it does allow there's a little bit of light in as well as mostly water to drip in when necessary. But the rest of the tunnel goes further south towards the sea as he just kind of goes into this little nook pocket area and goes up to the wall and proceeds to phase through it.
Milo's going to follow him, I guess.
Yep. As you continue walking, you flinch a little, just subconsciously a little bit, as you're worried about running face first into a wall. But as you go through it, you begin to see that it in fact is an illusion as you work your way through this illusion to the other side of this dead end, where you see that it is completely black on this side, no grates leading down or anything. A lot drier, but you do see there's just a small trickle of water that seems to be in the center, just making its way out. But it seems that in order to help make sure the illusion isn't broken, this particular route is made to ensure that it is unperceptible to only to those that know where it is. And after another couple minutes of walking, you come into this wide area that it spans like a couple rooms and has tunnels that go out elsewhere. But you see individuals currently working on a corner with some crates and barrels. In another area, part of the room, you see several surrounding a table with some parchments and going over. Could be paperwork, might be a map, you're not quite sure, as the table's a little higher than you are. But you can tell that they're looking at some parchment of some kind. And there is another small section of the sewer, kind of in the center, far distance part of where you are at, where there seems to be a fancier looking door compared to everything else that has like metal grates and stuff that is intended not to rust or rot away. This one is intended specifically to look a little bit fancier. As the older gentleman kind of looks at you and goes, "Well, here you are. I imagine whatever you're seeking, you'll be able to find it here." I
Okay,
appreciate
thanks, bye.
the gold as he slinks away back into the shadows.
Do I still see him?
Let me see. Not with a nat 20.
Fair enough.
He is gone. As soon as you look back, Like, you're just like, wait, where'd he go?
Damn, I was gonna turn around and tell him he was shit at hiding, but I guess I can't do that.
Yeah, you're in his territory now.
Fair enough. I'm gonna open the door, I guess, and walk through.
As you go up to the door and you're about to open it, out of the shadows come a couple individuals. One of them draws an arrow, and the other one has a dagger as they go, "Halt. What seek you here in this place?"
I'm just like you. No need to be alarmed. Just trying to find out some information.
Persuasion check. The arrow that was fully drawn goes to Tot, and as he brings it forward again, as the daggers seem to lower. Very well.
Now, may I enter, or do I need an escort into here?
One moment. As he kind of gives a couple knocks on the door. And he creaks it open slightly, and he pokes his head in, and you can hear some whispering on the other side. Before he pokes his head back out and looks at you and goes, "The rat man will see you."
Excuse me, what?
Was he Skaven now?
And so he opens the door and allows you entrance.
Milo will walk through, I suppose?
As you walk through the fancy door, which, as you take a look, there's no obvious fancy, like there's no precious metals or anything else that could easily be picked off or stolen, but the door itself is made out of a well-varnished mahogany-like door. It's got nice, decent carvings on it. Like, it is intended to look fancy, and once you go through, the darkness that it was outside is replaced with like in the main chamber area you were in, and like some dim lights here and there that was in there. In this room, it's significantly brighter, not enough to like really like blind a person, but there's enough light here that and enough items around that there's a lot of shadows being cast everywhere around here. Like, it seems to be intentionally lit enough that you can see well enough, but there's so many shadows that one can easily slink behind them or hide in the shadows when necessary.
Okay.
And in here, you can see that there's a main desk with a bit of a fancier-looking chair, and surrounding all across the rest of the room, you see some chests, some crates. You see what looks like some paintings just kind of dropped off on and leaning on the side of the walls. Rugs here and there. You see some statues. It almost seems to be like a bit of a treasury of sorts in a way. And as you just kind of enter and you see all of this, it is very quiet, save for like the crackle of some candles in the room as you are looking around.
You know, I came in here expecting the rat man, and I see no one here.
And you say that is still kind of quiet for a second. Until you see how he is here with his roll. Roll me a perception check. Oh, jeez.
I'm pretty sure I see him.
But yeah. As you say that and whatnot, your eye flicks suddenly to one of the shadows to your side. As standing up, you see standing about 5'9", wearing some rather interesting furs and clothes. This individual hovers just over you in the shadows as they look at you, and then you look back at it, and it kind of draws back a little bit.
Hi there.
Greetings. I see that you also know the night. I am Ratman. What seek you in this place?
I come looking for knowledge about a recent
Yes.
item.
As he kind of crouches, like hunches down a little bit, and you watch as on all fours, he kind of like skitters over to his desk, and then like head and hands first gets into the chair, and then flips, does a quick like half flip over until he's sitting properly with his feet on the desk and his hand on his chin, and you're able to get a bit of a better look at him as like you can see that. As far as you can tell, this is some sort of humanoid. You can't really see much for his skin, as he seems to be like covered in furs, like kind of shorter brown fur, and the kind of helmet or hood. You're not quite sure. The kind of cloak or hood he wears does seem to resemble that of a rat's head, like a normally large rat head, and like. You can't really see much of their face underneath this hood, as like the rat, like where the rat's eyes would normally be, is where his eyes seem to be. Where the rat's mouth is, the snout juts out a little bit farther away from his face. But you could just under the shadow of that hood, you can see his mouth somewhat there, but it is rather hidden in shadow.
I'm assuming you have to know about the Blackspire armor set that was recently sold off.
As he kind of scratches his chin. Make a history check for him. Blackspire. Not familiar with that name.
You mean the armor set?
Lots of armor gets sold in this city.
You mean the armor set that was auctioned off? Then the buyer mysteriously died, with the armor set not being found.
He kind of leans forward a little bit. Looking into that matter. What are you, cop?
Sir, I just fucking saw you creep out of the fucking shadows and got into here, and you think I'm a fucking cop? How fucking stupid are you?
He kind of arches his back a little bit. Are you doing persuasion or intimidation here?
More so persuading.
His eyes squint at you a little bit and goes, sharp tongue, almost as sharp as rat's teeth. You should be wary when you're in the rat's nest. Ratman is king. But you make fair point. Yes, we know about what happened above. We know not this Blackspire, but we do know of fancy armor. Question is, how much is this information worth to you?
I was gonna pull out 2 bags of gold and toss one of them on the table.
How much gold is that?
It's gonna be 1,000 in that bag.
As he picks up his hand quickly slashes at the bag, and then proceeds to kind of dump it on the table a bit, slowly, just to get a general sense of it.
If the information you're telling me is true, that is for now, and this bag will be for later.
Persuasion with advantage.
Soft 20.
Ooh. You beat out his 19. Rat King likes this. Shiny information we have. A plot crafted. Individuals brought in. A shiny piece they had. Would never pass inspection. Would never pass customs. Needed to offload it for quick cash. Helped them, we did. Fancy dwarven armor. Seemed quite valuable.
Where'd you send it to?
Auction house. Was destined to be sold there 3 days hence. Then we heard about the murders. Nasty business that. Been hiding our business ever since. Worried the authorities would suspect.
I was just gonna look around the room, see all the random stuff that's in here. And I'm gonna look back at the Rat Man and be like, really? You're hiding because a murder happened with an item useful to the auction house. But yet, you have all of this!
We do more than just steal outright. The Rat Pack deals not only in land, but in sea and in the swamps. One verse such as you should know that a group such as ours is more than just thieves, but smugglers, fences, and the likes. But when a particularly nasty and high-profile murder occurs, rats tend to hide in the shadows, lest they be blamed for the raccoon's mischief.
So you're telling me you cannot tell me anything about after the murder?
No. Some rats went in to investigate. Smelt rotten eggs and did there. But as they began to investigate and look around, no sign of the one that did it was around. And when the Rat Pack grouped up, took stock of our men, none were missing and none took responsibility. And the Rat Pack, if there be one thing that they're good at, is being loyal. Some say there is no honor among thieves, but in the Rat Pack, we commit to the pack. And we would not do anything, as he kind of rises up a little bit and starts to growl. Anything to threaten the pack. And then he slinks down again. Since then, we've been keeping eyes out, trying to learn what we can. But whatever did this, whoever did this, either is good at hiding in the city, or has made off.
Very well. You did mention swamps, though. Is that correct?
Yes, the land surrounding Ravenscrest, past the rocky spires, through the gaps one can get through, and from there enter the swamps. Miles of it to go north, east, west. Murky place.
Can I see the map again, Tim?
Just the world map.
Please.
Yep. So to kind of show you a bit, you all are right here. And for what he's indicating, there seems to be swamps that kind of go in this darker area of land that you see here. You're not. He doesn't give you an indication about how far it goes, but you can be at least assured that to the immediate north, like in this area, a bit of this area, and in this area, seems to be what he's indicating to be swampland.
Gotcha.
Now, how far it
And
goes,
how
if it goes like further here, he has not said so yet.
And how close to Lancaster do you control, quote unquote?
The Rat Pack runs in Ravenscrest, but we do have some lines that we're able to skitter across through the swamps.
You happen to know anything up in Shadowvale?
Shadowvale. Roll real quick. They are a contact for us. Through the mountains on the west side where the Rat Pack dare not tread, they bring goods and other stuff from west as well as the capital. The Rat Pack tends to skimmer around Ravenscrest through the swamps and even have some contacts in Evergreen. The Rat Pack tends to stay in Ravenscrest.
Very well.
What seek ye in Shadowville? As I glances over into your pouch of gold.
Personal matter, and as you said, you don't deal with Shadowvale. So why would I even bother spending more gold on useless information?
Kind of growls a little bit. Well, for this gold that you have gifted, fancy armor of the dwarves, origin not known to us, given to auction house for a hefty commission, to be sold to the highest bidder. Sold it was, and then on the next day, retrieved it was, but quickly taken. Guards have been searching high and wide for the culprit. That is why the Rat Pack knows not much else. As we've been keeping to the shadows, watching, waiting for the heat to die down. Rats do not like fire.
Right. However, we're talking about Shadowvale now. Now, do you or do you not know anything in Shadowvale?
We have
Not-
contacts there. They're nestled in a very particular part of the valley of the mountains. Easy to escape authority. Easy to smuggle from east to west and west to east.
Do you happen to know the name Strigadeer from up in Shadowvale? And our business here is done. As Milo will then turn around and start heading out.
Farewell, halfling. As you leave, the couple of individuals that were just outside the door, you open up the door and they're leaning against the wall as their eyes peer at you as you close the door and step away. And you just leave?
Yeah.
Alright. As you head on out through the sewers, you make your way through until eventually, I'll give you a quick survival check just to see how long it may take you to get out. Oh, 14, yeah. So you kept a good enough eye out that you were able to get through the directions easy enough, and you make your way out of the sewers.
Very good.
Dallen and Talos, as Milo and Dain began to walk away, you headed it off in another direction, and you were determined to find somewhere to train.
That is correct. Now, I wonder if they have any local places around here for people to do exercise training or something.
Well, let's go ask that guy as Dallen points at a random person. Starts walking towards him.
I follow.
As you walk up to this individual, they're currently smoking a pipe and just taking everything in as you approach, as he puffs one more and goes, "Hello, hello, what's all this then?"
Hello there. My friend and I are looking for a place to train, a gym. Would you have that place like that around here?
The place to train, I know it's quite a place that you could head to. As for what you call a gym, not sure what that is. But most folks that train to be sailors or guards, they head up to the academy that way.
Do you know if they allow anybody to go up there and train, or do you have, or do we have to pay a fee or?
I don't know that. I'm just a simple dock worker. My business to be training up to be fighting monsters or defending the city.
There, well, thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Well, time to go trick some guardsmen, I guess. Dallen starts walking toward.
I shake
Well,
my
he
head.
stops
I just shake my
No,
head.
no,
back
hold
from
on.
it.
Where's this academy?
It's up the hill up there towards the west, as he points over towards as you take a look, you can see that just to the west, there's a bit of a incline of cliffs that lead up to a set of other buildings that are way up on the hill.
Gotcha. All right. Well, thank you. As Dallen walks off.
I nod to the man and follow after him.
So as you two kind of make your way around, you follow a couple of roads through town. You go through a lot of buildings where you see that as you move away from more business-centered locations and buildings, you may start making your way through a more living area as you see lots of smaller houses kind of bunched up closely together, as well as several that seem to hold multiple families, as you find a particular road that starts to open up the area a little bit, as you see the road heads up toward a singular one that goes alongside the western and northwestern wall south, up the cliff face and down towards the sea. As you begin to head up that road, you see not as many people hanging about, although you do see some more buildings and everything else that seem to house multiple individuals. As Talos, you can give me a quick history check.
Alright, give me just a second. I pulled it. Let me see if the thing doesn't freeze on me. History.
15. Yeah, with your background and with that check, you recognize a lot of the area you're starting to walk into as definitely like something more militarized, something a little more like dedicated for like housing mass units of individuals for the purpose of training or otherwise something else. As a lot of these look almost like the barracks you're familiar with back at home.
Definitely in the right place. See if we can find someone, a little bit, someone seems in charge, see if we can get some, if we need permission or not. And I start looking, the guy, like, panning around, looking, see if I see anyone that looks like they would be more of rank.
Yeah, and as you look around, you don't quite see anyone just yet. You do see several individuals hanging about near, like some small kind of groups. They seem like rather young kids, some younger CLs, a few humans, a couple other individuals just kind of hanging about. But you do see that through the center of all these barracks is a little bit wider, larger road that seems to head south towards the sea, where as you kind of look off that direction, you see a very wide open space kind of opened up in the distance. And past that, what almost looks like a couple of larger sets of sections of the wall that seem to go out towards the sea. That seem to be almost look like not quite a castle, but it seems to look a little bit more official and imposing than the rest of the walls do.
Maybe we can find someone to speak to closer to that direction. I nod over toward like the castle-like building. What do you think,
It's worth a
Dallen?
try.
Alright. Let's head up that way. I kind of just heft my hammer on my shoulder and start heading in that direction.
And as you start heading off in that direction, you pass by some more barracks, and as the open, expansive area begins to become more and more visible, you see that the area itself seems to almost be made of stone, and it is rather large. Like this is almost like as big as area as the center of city, like the marketplace that you were just in, except instead of being filled with stalls and everything else, instead you see lots and lots of individuals, like hundreds of individuals, split up into different groups. You see some of them currently training on some marching orders. You see a couple in another area with some tools as well as some rigging and ropes. As you see some poles set up that seem to almost be used for some kind of training display. And all around in this entire courtyard area, there's just nothing but just men training in all sorts of different fashions. Give me a quick perception check, both of you.
Right, perception. Not really good.
Try.
16. Talos, you're a little distracted by looking at all this, and there's just so much activity happening. You're not quite sure where to begin with all this. And Dallen, as you're kind of taking a look around, you do see that a lot of this main area is definitely dedicated towards a specific type of training. And from best as you can see, you see a lot of the individuals doing the training in lighter, looser clothing that seem to almost indicate that perhaps they might be more like seafaring based. But you do see a little bit towards the west, in a very small section, in a small corner of the of this entire like training area. You do see smaller groups of individuals currently with some training dummies, as well as a couple drill sergeants, as they seem to be going through some hand-to-hand combat.
Mm. Would that increase my have the ability to increase my ability score?
I mean, from the distance that you're at, it's unsure, but you know that you've been able to identify that there is a large area in particular that seems to be dedicated towards sailing and perhaps sailors, and then a smaller area that seems to be dedicated to something else, something different.
You okay? Is there anyone around here that seems like they're in charge, other than the drill sergeants?
Yeah, with a 16, I will say that gets you all these groups. They seem to at least have 1 to 2 individuals nearby that seem to be kind of barking out orders or instructions as they seem to be teaching. You're able to probably determine that if whoever is barking out orders or seems to be leading in some sort of lesson, they probably have some sort of authority.
Hmm. We'll go to the small group that's doing hand-to-hand training. Go to the drill sergeants over there.
Talos, you watch Dallen head southwest towards a smaller group.
I'll follow him.
Hello.
Right, left, right, left. As you watch as they're swinging some wooden sticks at these dunnies and making some precision strikes. Right. As he kind of stops and looks at you a little bit and cocks his eyes a little bit. All right, men. Practice this another 5 minutes. As the group of about 20 individuals go, yes, sir, and they keep going. Now. What can I do for you lot? You don't look like my usual sorts of recruits.
No, sir. We're actually looking to see if we an area for us to personally train. We're visiting the city at the moment, and we're just trying to find a place for us to personally train.
Personally train. Interesting. Don't normally get folks around here that come up here just to train. Usually too busy working or doing other stuff. Squints his eyes at you both a little bit. Based off of that gear you're carrying on you and that look in your eyes, you're adventurers, aren't you?
That indeed.
I am Talos Shax, Order of the Knights of Bahamut. Currently with my group, the Comet's Company. This is my companion, Dallen.
Yes, you may call me Dallen, like he said.
Shax and Dallen, welcome. This is the academy. Yeah. As he kind of looks over at the larger area. This is where folks usually come to train themselves up to be sailors. All those folks out there in the fields are currently working on exercises and routines in order to get them well familiarized with how to actually operate on a ship before they ever get the honor of actually serving on a ship. Over here in this small corner, this is the area dedicated and allocated to the city guard.
The reputation of the city's sailors, I wouldn't doubt that the training must be vigorous and they must be at top form. I would expect nothing less of one of the finest sailors on the seas.
Of course, that is what the city's known for, after all. A lot of our funding and a lot of our work gets dedicated to training the finest sailors. Give me a quick insight check there, Talos.
Sure.
Natural 20.
My military instincts kick in.
As you hear him saying this, there is a decent amount of scorn and a little bit of frustration in his voice, and a little bit of glaring as he looks over at the dedicated sailors, and then a little bit more softer pittiness as he looks over at his own men and his side. As you feel as if perhaps, there is a very obvious focus on the sailors, and perhaps because of that, his little division is probably, the city guard probably doesn't get nearly as much attention.
guessing that the with the focus on the sailors, the training for the city guard, the maybe possibly more funding and focus is a bit put to the back, I presume. Unfortunately.
You're telling me. I would have twice the better guard here. Unfortunately, we haven't really needed it, but just a little more funding, and I would be able to get these men some real training. Best that we could do is just these shrimpy little training dummies here. He kind of waves his hand at it. Tell you, if we could afford it and get ourselves some actual like heavy equipment or something, we might be able to do some more cardio, some physical training. We'll get these tiny slugs here into nice, decent men. That we don't have enough heavy equipment to proper stuff to help them with their strength training or to help make sure that they like. As he kind of shakes his head. Sorry.
How much would that cost? Do you think, just to get a few more training dummies? Like, how many would you need?
Well, I've actually had a few people come up with the numbers before, and I've tried to bring up to the city, but they, on the other hand, say, no, we got to go practice and work on our sailors. That's what we're after. He immediately Sally's starting to do a mocking, and then he catches himself and goes, sorry,
Like, I kind of like a knowing smile and kind of just like understanding the bureaucracy.
But I told him that the city allocated just at least another 5,000 to 10,000 gold for new gear and equipment. We'd have more than we need to be able to train up these men to be a lot better.
Okay, I'll look it over. I'll be like, think it.
But
Done.
that's a personal problem. You two are looking to train here, so imagine
Yes.
if you
Dallen takes out. You said 10,000 gold or
Yeah.
5,000.
5 to 10,000.
5,000.
I mean, it just kind of depends on the kind of quality of the stuff and where we source it from. But like 5,000 minimum would be at least a good start to get us going there.
Dallen looks at Talos. Here you go. Takes out 5,000.
You bring out 5,000 gold and hand it over to him.
Yes.
As you do,
Talos like his eyebrows kind of go up, like that you can see through the helmet, kind of go up a bit, but he's also nodding in a bit of like a. That is a very nice thing you just did, Dallen.
the sergeant kind of looks down at the gold, looks at you, looks down at the gold, and goes, "Wait." And he opens the bag and looks at it. Is this 5,000 gold?
If he says it is, it's very likely true.
He blinks a few times and looks down at the gold. Oh, he sits down a little bit on a stool nearby, as he then looks over at the ones trading, who they've all stopped as they've started to hear this exchange, and they heard the aggressiveness of the sergeant, and they're starting to look. As he looks over at them and he goes, "You lot, 50 laps around the yard, go!" As they all just let's jump to action, and they bolt.
I chuckle. It's like reminds me of my training days.
Just hang on. Who in the nine hells are you two? Like, I can't squeeze this amount of money out of city council, and you just come and just drop this?
Well, we've worked closely with. I believe you might have heard of the treasurer. We've worked with him quite extensively, and especially with the way the world is now. I personally believe that every city guard should be given the best training as possible.
Vaguely heard of this treasurer. That's one of them fancy folks that's up there in Lancaster, isn't it?
He pretty much, well, as much as I can figure, he's pretty much runs all the gold trade and finance trade throughout the entire continent.
Well, I guess that would explain why you have so much cash and gold on hand to just give away. Wow, as he just kind of...
Besides that, on our adventures, we've noticed, we've seen a lot of things, and for a city to have, to focus on one just for the seas, but not its city guards, especially the way the world is and how things are going. Top-notch training should not be lacking.
This is... honestly, I don't know what to say. This... far more than I was expecting this morning, to be sure. As he quickly whistles over to an individual, and he kind of runs over. Yes, Sergeant! Aye, lad. Head down to the docks. There's a warehouse down there that specializes in heavy equipment and gear. Tell them to... we got the funding, finally. I'm sure they'll be very excited to hear about that. Sir, yes, sir. As he then bolts to the east, and you watch as it goes past the courtyard and down a side path down a ways where he heads down past the walls towards the docks.
If any of those bureaucrats ask where you got it, simply tell them it was a generous donation from Comet's company. Associates of the treasurer.
I definitely shall. You both have my thanks, and well, whatever trading you need done, anything that you need, we are at your disposal. City guard is in your debt. Although don't be breaking any laws, because we still have to bring you in.
The law is the law. Don't worry about that. But again, actually, is there a place that we could possibly train, at least, or a more private area where we can possibly train a bit? We were our travels here. Each of us were in the process of our own personal training, and we wanted to possibly finish up.
But of course. We have this main courtyard here that all these grunts tend to work at, but behind this building here, he kind of nods his head behind him where you can see that there's a small building that seems to be kind of like an officer's quarters. Behind there's a little bit of a plot of area that a couple of us tend to use to relax or hang out at during the hours that we're off duty. There's enough open space there that I could have the boys bring up some of that new equipment that we're going to be bringing over here. Give us a couple hours and we'll get things set up, and you can come and go as you please.
Excellent. Sound good to you, Dallen?
Sounds great.
Excellent.
I'm take you up on that right now as Dallen starts walking towards the building.
Yeah. So he takes you over there and shows you, and yeah, you can see behind this building, there's it's basically a small plot of land right between the main wall that is on the south to southwestern side of the town, and then the small captains or officer quarters, and you see that there's a few chairs set up, a couple small tables. You see several drinks and a couple spots of ash where it looks like perhaps they might have had a fire going. Otherwise, there's a bit of a big plot of area where it seems as someone could probably maybe throw a ball around or perhaps throw some discs at each other or just have some fun. And he takes you over there and goes, here you are. Feel free to do as you wish. I'll make sure that anyone nearby knows not to disturb you.
Thank you very much. As Dallen starts working out.
No, thank you.
I give him a courteous salute, a courteous salute back to him, and I set my bags down and start kind of shadow fighting, until just nothing too vigorous yet, but until the more heavier equipment gets in.
Sounds good. And a couple hours will have gone by in which, while you two continue to warm up, and you're starting to get real into it, you're starting to sweat a decent bit, but this is a nice area to do so, because, the gym that it was on the cruise ship, it was really nice. It had a bit of a small breeze, so it wasn't, you didn't get overly hot, but it was still, you got a good burn going. Here, there's a nice breeze coming from the sea that blows through that really helps keep you cool and make you feel a lot more limber and a lot, helps keep your stamina up as you're training here. And eventually, you do see some gear being brought up, and the sergeant starting like hands off the funding to a couple of the individuals with some official-looking clothes and monocles on as they look things over and shake their head and shake hands. As you see some more equipment get brought up, you see some new heavier-duty like training dummies get brought in. You see a couple of equipment pieces get brought in, which at first like you're a little confused by, because like it's just a bunch of what looks like junk. But eventually, you see as they start to construct some of it, you can see some actual bars with some weights get put down, where it looks like someone could easily start lifting that up to work on some arm strength. You see a couple more contraptions get put up where they embed into the ground and pull, where at the top there's a swivel. And on both sides of the swivel, you see one where it has an extra long chain that goes down to the ground and a little bit past. And then on the other side, they fix to it another chain, but this one is a little thicker, a little heavier duty, where they clamp on weights to it. And it seems that you watch as they test it out. A couple of the trainees, they grab the chain together and they pull on it as they both work to lift up the weight and then lift it down. As like multiple different pieces of equipment come in, and a few of them get brought over to you and Dallen for your own purpose. A couple dummies and some weight equipment that you can use for yourself. And the sergeant looks very pleased about all of this. And during those 2 hours as you're training, we'll get back to Dain and real quick. As Dain, what are you up to? You just got kind of like told to move away from the alley, as you are now kind of hanging out near the front of the auction house.
Gonna kind of just be watching around the area mostly. Seeing if I can pick up on anything that's going on, whether it's to do with the murder in the alley or just anything that's going on really in general, because I'm guessing there's quite a lot of people around still.
Yeah, there's like around the front of the auction house is kind of bare. There's only a couple guards that are hanging out near the entrance doors of the auction area, just kind of keeping an eye on things. But in the alley, you do see some more guards kind of come and go, and more individuals. And like give me a quick perception check as you are kind of keeping an eye out on things.
Ouch.
Yeah, there's lots of people coming and going. It's from the distance that you have to stay to not raise suspicion. You're not able to get too much from your viewings, but you just know that they're not really moving anything out of the alleyway. They just seem to be investigating it still, and you're not able to get too much from that. And Milo, what are you up to after you've exited the sewers?
I guess Milo's just gonna go back to the market.
Very good. And so as you exit there, you bring yourself to the marketplace, where there's lots of stores, lots of shopping area happening, but you do not see any of your allies, and it's getting closer to mid-morning at this point. A couple hours have passed by at this point, and so it's about 10 o'clock-ish.
Okay, so I got time.
And so, anything you want to do in particular?
Yeah, I'll try to find a couple of sending stones.
Sounds good. Do me an investigation check.
Can I do a perception instead? For like a magic shop?
Sure. Nat 20. Yeah, as you have a look around, you do, very easily, there in this area, this marketplace, people want to be found. They want to stand out for their particular goods. And so as you look around, you're able to see a place where one can go for armor, one can go for weapons, like a blacksmithy as well as a like a clothery. But your eye catches on to a particular one that obviously deals in general magical goods. And one catches your eye as you begin to make your way in that direction. Let me pull up my notes for which one that is. Here we are. Okay. Yeah. As you take a look and head towards this magic shop, you see on the signage above the entrance, you see runes and relics. Magical items to tickle your fancy.
Very well. I'll walk in.
As you enter, you have a look around, and you can immediately see the general sense of what is a magic shop. You see a lot of trinkets, smaller items. In another part of the area, you see what looks to be some armor, clothes. Seems to be some weapons off in the other direction. Like, it seems to be like a general magic shop. You see like locked into a couple glass containers near the end of the store. You do see some jewelry, rings, necklaces, a couple bins that have some scrolls sticking out of them, and otherwise just a lot of different things. As an individual kind of pokes their head up and notices you as you enter. Just a sec. Where are you? You notice an individual that has a bald head but golden eyes, rough white skin, standing about 4'11", with an oval face and kind of a medium squared beard. This individual looks at you and goes, "Oh, hello, sir. Welcome. Please, welcome. This is Runes and Relics, here to serve your magical needs. Please, have a look around. Is there anything I can do for you?"
Actually, yes. I'm trying to find some sending stones.
Some sending stones. Quite a classical item. As my father always says, to send is to hear. Quite a wise man he was, yes indeed. But, as he heads over to a particular cabinet, and he opens it up as he kind of goes through it. Here we are. I have here, as he presents a couple sets of sending stones, a couple sending stones connected to one another, ready for immediate use.
Perfect. How much?
2,000 gold.
Fucking what?
I'm sorry, they're 2,000 gold. Quite a deal, if I do say so myself. The ability to communicate with anyone long distance, so long as they are not in another plane of existence. But, still, 2,000 gold for the pair.
Milo's gonna kind of just like sit there and try to think. However, he's also going to try to stealthily cast Unearthly Chorus.
Alright, and what does that do exactly?
Let me pull it up exactly. 1 second. Music of a style that I choose fills the air within 30-foot radius, centered on me. Until the spell ends, I make performance with advantage. Any creature... Wait. Addition...
Performance sounds very different than a persuasion or intimidation checks.
Yes, give me 1 second. You make charisma, deception checks, and persuasion checks against the creature made friendly by the spell with advantage. That's the part I was trying to find.
I gotcha. So does he need to make a save?
It doesn't say so on here.
Here, let me try looking it up real quick. It was for what rogue again? Shadow?
So it's actually... This is a feat I got, which was Shadow Touched. It gives me invisibility and another spell of my choosing, and my spell of choosing was Unearthly Chorus.
Gotcha. Let me see here. Shadow Touched, 5th edition. Okay, you learn that. It's from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything.
I believe Shadow Touches. Unearthly Chorus is from Unearthed Arcana.
Here we are. Okay. Fills the air around you. So it's concentration up to 10 minutes. It's verbal. Music spreads around corners. It can be heard from 2,000 feet. Till stands, you make charisma, performance checks with advantage. In addition, you can use bonus action on each of your turns. So the gal creature you choose. They must make a charisma saving throw. If you do this,
Oh.
on failure, they become friendly for as long as they can hear the music, and for 1 hour thereafter. So, yeah, so as you kind of activate this spell and music starts to fill up, he goes, and he kind of flicks his finger and your spell is immediately dispelled as he casts Counterspell. Oh, now, there's no need to go about with anything magical, sir. I dare say I'd be a little nervous that you're trying to do something to beguile me or to bamboozle me. I'm but an honest salesman, sir, and I believe you should be an honest buyer, as he kind of squints an eye at you.
Rolling an insight to make sure that he's actually being truthful in that, rather than just trying to haggle me for more money.
Ooh, you being out. So, with this, you can definitely tell that, like, you starting to cast a spell made him nervous, so he definitely, like, he felt like he had to counterspell it before whatever was about to happen happened.
Fair enough.
And so he definitely seems to be trying to protect his business and his stuff, but you do feel as if he, like, I mean, it could be personal preference, it could be the region, you're not sure, but you do feel as if perhaps he's inflated his prices a little bit.
You say you're an honest salesman, however, why is the price of this so inflated?
Well, you know how it is with magical items. They take quite a long time to craft and create, and, well, the demands of the people for certain particular items raises their prices a little bit, and, well, sometimes it's hard for these to get some of these. A man must, of course, provide the goods for what they are worth, as they say, as my father always says. Ha ha ha.
I think you're just being racist about my height. Is it because I'm a halfling that you're inflating your prices this much?
Whoa. Of course not, sir. Of course not. I would never do something like that. I mean, look at me. I am a half-elf. I'm half-elf. I'm half-human. Heck, I have people constantly badger me about my heritage all the time. I would be the last person to, like, insult anyone on their heritage or their height. I'm simply just an honest businessman.
I don't know, it really seems like you're acting very aggressive towards me. I don't like the tone of your voice, and I really do feel like you're being racist towards me. Maybe I should just go out there and tell everyone that this store is racist towards halflings. And possibly other races.
Now, you're the one that came in here, tried to cast some spells and, like, have your way with the place. I was simply trying to take care of my business. And I dare say I do not quite like your tone. Perhaps I should call the guards for someone that was attempting to attack me.
You don't even know what I was trying to do. All I was doing was humming to myself and trying to sing a song. And this is how you treat me? I'm sorry, I do get a little nervous in social settings. Especially around big towns.
My good
Look at
sir,
me after all.
I happen to be well versed in magic. I can tell when some of the weave is being activated and magic is taking root. And quite honestly, when we were just beginning to engage in a business transaction, I did not appreciate you trying to cast some sort of magic while we were in the middle of a transaction. I'm afraid that I was not wanting whatever was about to happen to occur, as I wanted our business transaction to be as transparent as possible.
Transparent as possible as you're trying to inflate your prices because you're racist. Good day, sir.
Off with you. It's lucky I don't call the guards.
Please do.
Are you doing an intimidation there? Persuasion?
You know what, fuck it, I'm gonna do persuasion. Why not? See where this goes.
As you do that, he looks at you aghast like, away with you, you're not even worth the trouble. As he shakes his head and goes back to his counter.
As soon as Milo steps outside, he's going to yell at the top of his lungs. Oh, sorry, what was the name of the store again? Runes and something?
Runes and relics.
The business owner from Runes and Relics is a racist towards halflings. How dare he be allowed to set up shop in a town such as this?
As you do, you get quite a, like, give me a quick performance or persuasion.
Natural 20s!
Well, like, you bring about a commotion where, everyone in the nearby area immediately turns their heads to you and looks up at the store and goes, oh, you hear a lot of murmuring starting to happen and a lot of disgusted faces and a lot of individuals, looking at you and starting to make their, push themselves away from the store itself.
After seeing all the reactions, I was just gonna kind of glance on the inside, see the owner's reaction.
His jaws drop, and he goes, "How could you?" And his face is a little puffed up a little bit as he's not terribly happy about what you have said and what you've done.
Well, Milo's gonna go try to find a tavern now for the night.
Has anyone told you are vindictive?
No, never.
Alright, anything you're doing now, Dain?
What is it? Un momento, por favor. Where is it? Do I hear anything that's going on while I've just been chilling out? With a nat 20.
Ooh, yeah, that is very nice. Hang on a sec.
With Dain's natural 20, I'm just imagining him here, just Milo, fucking thousands of miles or thousands of yards away, yelling about this racist business owner.
And the clang of a dumbbell as one as what he said. Dallen or Talos just drop it.
Alrighty. So, as you're kind of wandering about, you get to a different angle. You can still see that there's 3 areas that are closed off, 3 entrances essentially to this small area. As you kind of move about, you get a few other sights and visions as you peer about. You can see that the people, there's about roughly 5 people there, kind of looking about, writing things down in pamphlets. You can see a couple cards that have been placed down near particular areas, indicating perhaps evidence or marking something. And there is a particular gentleman in a trench coat there, just kind of chilling about with a pipe in his mouth and looking at everything very closely and meticulously. As they are proceeding to and I say with that nat 20, you pretty much have it. You can tell that this individual that you're seeing in the trench coat must obviously be a detective, perhaps the detective in charge of investigating the actual area and the crime scene.
Okay.
Give me a sec, because you got that 20, so you do get a little bit more. Just gotta see my notes for these.
It's alright.
Yeah, as you're looking at this individual, he stands about 5'5", seems to have a fairly athletic build. They got some nice, extremely long, curled white hair with brown eyes that are very sharp. As he's able to look around at the ground very closely as he's investigating around. He seems to have kind of rougher, kind of tan skin, and you're able to kind of recognize that he seems to be a wood elf of some kind.
Okay. I'm gonna make note of the detective, and I know I can't go in to have a chat to him or anything.
Yeah, because anytime you get close, the guards kind of stiffen up and block their way a bit. But with that check, you were able to kind of overhear a little bit as the individual is kind of stroking their chin a little bit, and you're able to kind of hear some mumblings such as, "Quite curious that there's the smell of sulfur in the air. It's so pungent." And then, as a little bit later, as you kind of roaming about, you're able to catch on a little bit. Multiple different sizes of footprints. Appears to be not but one culprit, but at least several. And then make me a quick stealth check, Dain, as you're doing all this.
Ready? And I'm wearing my plate, so...
About 3.
Oh, it's 3, yeah.
If you are wearing heavy armor, you, not very stealthy as you're just marching, basically.
Or it's more like I'm just stood there chilling, listening to everything, and someone, a passerby, just brushes up and hits the cloak.
And then, while you are kind of investigating, you suddenly hear a couple footsteps and feel a hand on your shoulder.
All right, bugger.
We're bringing you to the detective. You've been skulking about long enough. As a couple of guards have apprehended you.
I just popped in my head the freaking the little exclamation mark with the from freaking Metal Gear.
Ring!
Oh, okay. do 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 do.
Dang, dang, dang.
You don't have to be so rough. I'm coming along willingly.
As they just kind of get you to the edge of the alley where you see the individual seem to have some sort of leather armor on, as well as, of course, the trench coat seems to be draped around their shoulders, allowing them to have protection against perhaps the wet conditions of the area, especially all the fog and everything else that seems to be normal in the region. He doesn't eye you, but at first, as he's still focused on a couple in the particular details, until he eventually turns and sees you. Ah, yes. My keen eye caught you skulking about the area, and I informed the guards that I'd wish to speak with you. And tell me, sir, what do you know about this murder? As he leans in for you, too close to you.
Well, you definitely know more than I do. I just appeared in Ravenscrest earlier today and heard about it.
Do I know more about it? That remains to be seen. As he takes a look at you and, you feel very seen as he kind of eyes you all up and down. And then he kind of, leans in a little bit and sniffs. As he leans back again. You, sir, are a particularly interesting individual. I can tell that you've definitely been at sea, as you have a particularly distinct smell of salt water upon you, although it is mixed with a particular luxurious herbal scents. You, sir, came aboard the Basilisk Folly. You arrived here after some time, after spending place in a location that had some trees of force around it, but before that, and then he kind of goes over and picks something out of your hair. You were in a sandy location, somewhere with a lot of sand and a lot of dry heat, as you have a few split ends here that appear to have come from being dehydrated from an intense amount of heat. And by the singes on your beard, as he kind of looks down at your beard, and your beard is growing out quite nicely, especially with your dwarven belt, but you do notice, as he points it out, that you do have a couple singed spots still. The garb that you do wear, as well as, of course, that axe and shield on your back. You, sir, are certainly an adventurer.
Hey, as I am.
A pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Detective Hemlock Dorms. At your service.
Pleasure to meet you, Detective Domes. I am Dain Blackspire.
Blackspire, you say? As in famed continent-wide blacksmiths of the Blackspire family?
Aye, the very same.
Quite curious. We haven't heard any of your ilk in this town for, well, I dare say ever. But word of your crafts have certainly spread far and wide.
Aye, that's good to know. Well, the family was, we've been trying to make an impression on the wider world, so it's good to hear that, the work is paying off.
Indeed. As he kind of takes a pipe and brings it to his mouth and takes a deep drag. And then the smoke comes out of his nose. This individual here, it's fine, guards. It's, the guards are still, like, have their arms on you. He waves his hand and they go back to the position. He was rather brutally beaten and absolutely devastated, and, well, from what I could tell, it seems to have been a surprise attack. The way that his ways that he's fallen and direction of which he lays indicates that he was heading up north in that direction of the road where we are just coming from here, when a group of individuals seemed to have waylaid him from this alleyway here. From what it seems, they hit him fast and they hit him quickly. And by the way, he has no valuables left and nothing on his person. I could indicate that he was indeed robbed of all of his earthly possessions that he had on person.
Hey, that's not good.
Indeed. In particular, I've spoken in depth with the auctioneer with the inn. This individual was there on the night before the murder, doing it, of course, what the auctioneers do, buying things for insane price and overinflated prices for often useless trinkets and baubles. But he happened to come across a particularly unique item and paid quite the hefty sum for it. From what I hear, the item in particular sold for well over 100,000 gold.
Hey, that sounds like a rare item if it's selling for that much.
Indeed. It certainly caught the eye of him as well as several other buyers, and so as a result, the last couple of days after we investigated this, and I went to potential the other buyers to get their story of the matter. Unfortunately, they all had alibis, and not a single one of them was a good enough suspect to investigate further. No ill marks amongst them for being bought out of a particularly unique item. And so that's why I came back here, and I've been exploring to find if there was anything I am missing. Now, in particular, the smell of sulfur is rather unique, as it just indicates that someone would have to have spent a decent amount of time around a sulfuric area. And of course, sulfur is generally attributed with generally hotspots, volcanoes, or anything with hot springs of the like. Anywhere where there's high volcanic activity. And his eyes bolt to you real quick. Similar to that of Black Spire, if I'm not incorrect.
Aye, you're correct there. I'm surprised I don't smell a sulfur half the time.
You had a very, very faint hint of it. I caught it, but it was not strong enough to have me immediately suspect you as an individual here. And as well as where everything, where you previously came from, has ruled that out. But that does certainly bring up some questions. You are here for a particular reason, and I dare say I had a guess that the reason you're hanging about this, and you've taken a particular interest in this murder, as well as the item stolen, is that you believe that this particular item has some relation to you.
Aye, that is the case. Without trying to sound suspicious, I got some word from Blackspire a while back that a family heirloom of the hold was potentially up for auction in Ravenscrest. So came all the way here to see if the rumors were true, and if the item in question is here, it's possibly related to this murder, unfortunately.
I would have to agree. It's a rather nasty murder that occurred. Suspect received several lethal bludgeoning blows, not only to the skull, but to the ribs as well. They seem to be aiming specifically for his vital organs. They were quite efficient at it as well. It seems that after only 2 blows, he went down. After that, his back appears, and I can indicate by the way how deep they go that he was on the ground and already unconscious when they proceeded to bludgeon him from behind, indicating they wished to finish the job. but they seem to have gotten spooked, as they were quick enough to relieve him of his possessions, but from what I can see here, the footsteps that exit off in a northern direction are quite hurried, as if either they were spooked or a pursuit had begun, of which I am not certain at this time. But one of them in particular, their footsteps, well, in this alleyway here, as he kind of shows you to a particular spot, the dusting right here of this one in particular I noticed was very unique. The boot mark here it has a particular displacement of dust and other particulates in this particular area, and he takes you to he puts both his hands on your back and kind of forces you to the other spot and points you down here, right here. You can see this here is the same profile of that other footstep, but the displacement of particulates is far wider, just by about a few centimeters here, indicating that they have increased exponentially in weight. What I determined that is that perhaps whatever they took was extremely heavy.
I mean, from what I heard, one of the items that was up for auction was a very heavy set of armor.
Yes.
So,
that in particular, that was what this individual had purchased from the auction. Now, as to why he came here on his own and proceeded to take it back without any guards or anything else, that I'm not sure of. Fortunately, I have not been able to find anyone that has any connection to this that has been able to explain that, but the auctioneers did indicate that he had, in fact, come with a small entourage, but for some reason, after leaving, he seemed to have been abandoned. And for that, is something to investigate another day. Nevertheless, it would appear that this particular set of fancy armor, of which from the logs that are indicated, as well as the description that everyone else can give, described a very intricate inlaid armor. It seemed to be set in a particular size that would indicate that it was determined for the size and build of that of a dwarven heritage. And from the symbols and whatnot, and as well as the material construction, it seemed to speak of an air of royalty about it.
Hey, that matches up with the description.
And as he kind of plucks his finger through your beard and pulls out your black spire medallion. And from the visual description given of the symbol on it, of which no one at the time could recognize, but the symbols seem to indicate directly in correlation to what you have here on your chain.
Ah, yes, it's my symbol for Blackspire.
Yes. It wasn't prominently displayed in the armor, according to them, but it was definitely said that it was very apparently obvious on the armor. Although a proper individual that investigated the armor before putting up for sale to estimate its value did determine that some of the cost was bumped down due to the fact that that particular symbol seemed to be scratched away in a particular fashion. It seemed to tarnish the armor a little bit.
Hain's face is going to immediately darken.
So, from that, that's all the information I was able to acquire from what exactly happened in regards to that. But I've been a little late on the case, as they called me in only a day after the murder had occurred. And so I've been trying to play catch-up and trying to determine if the culprits, or culprits I should say, are still located somewhere within the city, or if they have vanished elsewhere. But we had put out a manhunt for the individual or individuals across the docks to ensure that they cannot escape by sea, and as far as we're aware, they have not been able to get aboard any ship. So the only place they could hide then would be somewhere here in the city, or oftentimes we do have some folks that decide they wish to traverse danger itself and head north.
Hey, what's north?
Ah, why? It's the swamps. I dare say that out of many other places, there are few as deadly as the swamps up to the north. Looks like I have my notes for that place. Where was it? Oh, I think I forgot to write down there, but it's probably here. Yeah, I had this somewhere. Well, that's way too far back. It's probably... Nope, not that one. Perhaps here. Oh, here we go. Okay, so, yes. See, the city of Ravenscrest has long been prided as a particular place where a lot of hard-working sea elves work to take this barren spot of land and turn it into a enthralling city. You see, this particular area seemed to have spires upon spires of jagged rock that made living here impossible, but it seemed to only be made even more impossible by the fact that after you leave the spires, there's a rather impressive swamp that spreads all around it. Now, this swamp has been known as many things, a place of death and whatnot, but the locals, they tend to call it the Valewood.
Valewood?
Yes. Supposedly, many things that go in tend to get lost. As, well, you see, imagine you haven't been here too long, but the city of Ravenscrest is often plagued by nasty fogs that roll in and make things very difficult to see, although at night time it does provide a decent light show when the lights come on. But those fogs, nevertheless, do reside in the swamp side as well, in the Valewood. And so, between the swamp, the trees, and the fog, it makes navigating in there very difficult. Very easy for individuals to disappear, whether permanently or otherwise.
Hey, definitely sounds like a place where if someone wanted to hide, they could very easily do so.
Yes, and so my next course of action after this was to travel to the northern gates to see if perhaps anything had been seen, smelt, or perhaps there's any clues that could help maybe either rule out or indicate that they had left the city in that direction. Still, this is all quite curious, I must say. If only I had a way to talk to the dead, it would be so much easier. But unfortunately, we don't have any clerics around that can commune with the dead in that particular way.
I can't even help there either.
No, I didn't
don't
quite
even
think so.
Oh, and I'm guessing it's been, well, the deceased has been deceased for a while and at this point, haven't they?
Yes, quite a few days, actually. It would take a rather significant spell to revive them at this point. And unfortunately, the family members that reside have indicated that they do not wish to try to revive him, as they are currently counting out his estate to split amongst themselves evenly as we speak.
Hey, and that would put a rather big wrench into their plans if the deceased was no longer deceased.
Yes, quite. That, unfortunately, that is their business. My business is to solve this murder. And I have already spoken with many of the individuals of the close family, as well as others, and have determined that none of them are suspect. Well, foul play was definitely suspected, and perhaps murdering him for the estate seems like a possible cause for murder. it seems that, of course, many of these individuals also have a particularly good alibi. It's just made this case all the more difficult, but no case is too difficult for Hemlock Dolls. I always get my man. He kind of like puts his hands on his hips and looks up to the sky a bit. In any case, I appreciate your insight on this matter, as it has certainly given me a lot to think about, as well as a few dots that are connected now. Mysterious armor from the Black Spires, somehow brought in, although we're not quite sure how. The auctioneer said that an individual made it apparent, but the logs for that particular interaction were mysteriously either scrubbed away, missing, or burned. There's no indication about who exactly brought in that set of armor piece, only that it was a single individual. Nor was it told exactly how they came across such a piece, only that they wished to sell it for its approximate value.
Well, I don't know if this little bit of info would help as well. But that armor was normally, well, the person who had that armor, they normally carried around the hammer as well. Normally they're a set piece together.
You don't say, as he kind of takes a notepad out and starts writing it down.
Hey, and if the armor has been found but the hammer hasn't, the individual or individuals who currently have it are probably going to be after that hammer next if they haven't got it already.
That is quite a curious thing. Could you describe this hammer? Perhaps I might be able to cross-reference some of the other items from the auction house, or perhaps see if any of my notes have come across anything like it.
Hey, let me see if I can remember it. It's been a while since I've even seen mentions of it.
Give me a history check. 19. You remember, like, this is your quest to find this armor and to find this hammer. So, like, the memories that you have, and especially like a lot of the artistic drawings and paintings that have been done of like Thudgard and the armor and hammer, long since been burned into your mind as you have been determined to find it. Like the armor itself, as I said, of course, like a plate armor with a nice helmet, greaves, as well as the plate itself with the symbol of Blackspire across the chest very prominently. The hammer itself has a very nice metal shaft that, despite being metal, anytime that one would strike with it, there was no reverberations. There was nothing that would, it would not vibrate in the hand. It was always very solid. The head itself, as far as you're aware, it had to have been made of something like mithril, just like a solid block of mithril. The head itself was inlaid with gold as well as platinum, with the symbol of Blackspire, and as well as a symbol of the forge were put on each side of the warhammer. Like one side of the head, on one side had the symbol of Blackspire, the other side had the symbol of like the forge, and in the dead center was, of course, like the symbol of the Blackspire itself, like almost intricately detailed from like a wide shot was like the Black Spires themselves, with a ruby red gem inlaid in the center of it.
Good to know. And Dane's gonna relay this information to the detective as well.
Yes, and as he kind of writes all that down and then thinks about it for a sec. Yes, I haven't quite seen or heard of anything quite like this in this description. So, I'll have another look with the auction house just to make sure. But they were assured that this individual only brought the armor along. So, there's that.
A shame. I was hoping to possibly try and find both pieces here. But
Well, perhaps if we could find the culprit who stole the armor, perhaps if they may have already received the warhammer and they already have and now that they have the armor, they have the whole set, perhaps? Hard to say. Or perhaps, maybe if you could find the armor, you might be able to locate perhaps some sort of clue as to where the warhammer has gone.
aye, hopefully. Would be a disaster to be so close to the heirlooms and then have them slip away again.
I would imagine so. You say that they were... How about this armor and warhammer make their way over here to begin with? I doubt for something that looks and sounds as valuable as has been described to me, that this is no mere dwarven Black Spire armor and warhammer. It seems, especially as you've come all this way, this must be something quite precious to you and your family.
Aye. Well, it's definitely precious to the hold in general. Our founding expedition leader and then founding lord of Blackspire. They had this armor commissioned and made for them when Blackspire was first being built. But after an unfortunate incident where, well, they were slain, the armor and hammer got carted off by the ones who did it, and the entire hold has been on the hunt ever since.
Quite curious. So, last that you knew, a particular individual or group that infiltrated Blackspire itself managed to kill the ruler, steal their armor and weapon, and make out. And that is quite curious.
Hey,
Do you know if your family, if your hold, has any known enemies?
not that I'm aware. And as we were so secluded from the rest of the original holds where the expedition came from, we tried to make, or at least the hold tried to make friends with whoever was around. Got some funny stories about trying to, and successfully making friends with giants at one of the mountain passes. They make a good stew, those lot. Need to go back and see them at some point.
He strokes his chin a little bit. No known enemies. Somehow was able to take out the leader. Armor mysteriously ended up here. Multiple individuals take it. Must say, this mystery gets deeper and deeper. The more answers I receive, the more questions I seem to have.
Aye. You and me both.
No. I will proceed to investigate further to see if I can locate anything, as he then kind of pats you on the shoulder a bit, and give me a perception check as he does this, Dain. You don't notice anything.
Damn.
I'll be sure to locate you if I come up with anything. Don't you worry.
When he's like touches my shoulder, does he hit the cloak?
Yes. And that distracts you. It's like it hasn't happened in a while, so as he touches it, Aaron. Are you still there, Aaron?
Wait, what's up?
He touches the cloak of Dain.
I'm a dwarf and I'm digging a hole, diggy diggy hole, digging a hole.
Oh, as he just kind of jolts back a little bit. Ah, you have quite the musical cloak there, sir.
Hey, I keep forgetting about that. one of my former companions, who actually should be around here.
I was
I've
about
just
to
remembered.
say, that voice sounded awfully familiar. It wouldn't happen to be one of the guild members of the artificers, would it? What was his name? Nampoodle?
Hey, that's him exactly. He travelled for a while with me and my company, and we parted ways in the desert city of Anadrakul, a little bit ways to the north of here.
Anadrakul. I'm afraid I'm not familiar.
On the maps, it might still be a large Feywild up there.
Oh, the Feywood.
Aye. Unfortunately, the Feywood is no more. There's a vast desert in its place.
Oh.
Lots of magical shenanigans. It's a long story.
That would certainly help explain that sand that I found in your hair, as well as a bit of the dryness of some of your beard hair there. I was curious.
Aye. But yes, he parted ways from us up there, and he should be back down here at this point. I'll have to go see him again at some point. It's been a while.
Well, I'll leave you to it then. I have a few more things to take a look around here to see if there's anything I missed, and then I'll proceed to investigate further if I can locate anything. And I suppose if you're interested as invested in this as I am, well, I'd recommend that you also try to do some investigating yourself. See if perhaps you and your merry band could have better luck.
Aye, that I shall. And if there's anything else that I can do to assist you in your investigation, please don't hesitate to ask.
Of course. As I said, if I find anything, I'll find you.
Very good.
And he gives you a bow of his head and turns away as you make your way out of the alley.
Sounds good. I'm gonna go,
Yeah, the smell of sulfur is definitely very strong in there. Like, the whole time you're just smelling nothing but rotten eggs, but it's something that you're kind of used to.
That's fair. I'm guessing some of the other guards have just had, like, cloths over their face, like, because it's just that strong.
Yeah. Alright, so, as Dain, you finish up that, Milo, you've had your whole spat with the shop owner.
Hey, I had nothing against him.
You proceed to kind of roam about a little bit. Let me double check something real quick. Yeah, I'll say that at least a couple more hours have gone by as you're, like, well, probably about an hour for you, Milo, has gone by as you kind of look about, and you do see several prominent taverns here and there in places that you see people coming in and out of. Oh, let me see here. Let me look at what I had in terms of... There's a few particular taverns here. Let me see. As you look around, you see a few places that kind of catch your eye. One is called the Puny Crabs. You see another one that's called the Pointless Tankard Tavern. and another one's called the Misty Magpie Inn.
Which one has the most business going to it?
Let me roll for that. Oh. And it looks like it is the Misty Magpie.
I'll head there. As you head into the Misty Magpie, you see that like it's about midday at this point, so you see a lot of individuals coming in to partake of some noontime meals. You see several drinks getting passed around, some nice hearty meals being downed. Everyone seems to be having a good time as you enter. And inside, manning the counter, you see a female human. She's got about 5'7" tall, a bit of an athletic build. Got some smoother pink skin with an oval face, with short braided black hair and brown eyes. As she's serving out a couple drinks to a few individuals and just otherwise being very busy. Excuse me, sorry. I know you're quite busy with the lunchtime rush and all that, but would it be possible to get 4 rooms for a couple of days?
What's that, lad? Yes, sir. Just a moment, as she takes a couple tankers and slides them down the counter, just into the hands of waiting patrons. There we are. Oh, you're looking for 4 rooms?
Yes, that is correct.
She pulls up a big heavy book, sets it down and flips to a couple pages. Let's see here. Yes. I have a few rooms available. Let's see. Got some nicer rooms available as well as our normal rooms. Which one would you prefer?
Yeah, let's go with the nicer rooms.
Oh, very well. Those will be 2 gold pieces a night.
Very well. I'm assuming we're going to be spending quite a long time here, so I'll drop down...
It'll be about 12 gold for total for everyone. Well, wait, no, 10 gold.
Wait.
8, sorry.
I was going to say, Jesus.
Hang on.
Sorry, I was looking at something more expensive. It'd be about 8 gold per person for everyone for a single night.
Okay, I'll... 8 gold per person?
Well, 8 gold for everyone.
Gotcha, okay, sorry. I'll throw down 40 gold for right now.
Alright. Well, pleasure, sir. Here are your keys to your rooms. We'll, of course, we offer meals down here during breakfast, lunch, and dinner. In case you or any of your friends are interested. Enjoy your stay.
Who said anything about friends? They're all for me.
Oh, you do you, sir. As she takes the gold and puts it in her lockbox.
Very well. And I suppose Milo is gonna head back towards Dain now, I guess?
Yeah, I'd say, like, you hang around there for a little bit, you take a look at the rooms, and they're pretty nice rooms. Obviously not the nicest rooms you've been in, but in terms of 2 golds a night, that's very reasonable living conditions.
Okay.
And as you leave, you see Dain coming across the marketplace, just kind of looking at like a little pensive and deep in thought.
Oh, Dain, there you are.
Hello. How was your excursion?
I have to tell you, man. That shop over there, as I point towards runes and relics, very racist towards halflings.
Huh. That's uncalled for.
Right? That's what I was saying. I just go in there, try to buy a couple of things, or an item, and he upcharges me quite a hefty bit.
Hey,
I get-
Milo.
Yes.
Make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh god. 19, let's go!
Ooh. Alrighty. As you say this, and you're talking about it, your eye catches something weird in the shadows of one of the alleys nearby, and like it gives you a bit of the chills as you look at it. You kind of blink and shake your head, and when you look again, there's nothing there.
Can I make a perception check to see what that thing was?
Sure. 16. It happened very quickly, but like the best that you could see, it seemed to almost have beady, glowing red eyes, and it seemed to be kind of hunched over, almost formless, like almost as if it was smoke itself. It was deep black and shadow, and like it was very odd.
That's not unnerving at all. Sorry, what were you talking about, Dain? Right. Yes, so I spoke to someone. Name was
You
quite.
didn't notice anything, by the way. Only Milo noticed this.
I basically just watch Milo just spin on the spot for a minute and come back. It's like,
Anyway, yes, talk to him, to this person, and didn't really have much about your armor set there. They got it, sold it to the auction house rather quickly, and then that's all they know. And also, hey, got rooms for us for 5 nights.
well, very nice. I did find out a little bit myself. I may or may not have been slightly apprehended for a minute, and pulled into the crime scene on, well, slight suspicions. But
Dain,
turns out,
I expected more from you, come on. You're not supposed to be lurking around places like that, or if you do, don't get caught.
well, next time I won't wear my full set of armor. I didn't think I was gonna go spelunking in crime scenes. But talked it out with the detective on scene over there, and found out some interesting details. Mostly the fact that yeah, the armor was brought into the auction house, sold very quickly, and marked down quite a decent amount because of the damage done to the armor itself, which I am not happy about.
I was gonna take a couple of steps back just in case you decide to go into a fit of rage.
Do I look like a barbarian?
No,
Yeah.
However, I know how dwarves are and their possessions, especially at
Hey.
something of that quality.
I mean, when I find whoever did deface the armor set, they're gonna wish they're gonna wish a barbarian was on their ass. But besides that, it did. This will warm your heart. It did sell for quite a lot, like an obscene amount, even with the markdown.
So if we find whoever has this, can I steal it back?
I mean,
For you, of course. For you, of course.
I was gonna say, as long as I get the armor, then yes. I'm still gonna wring their neck, but
Yeah, that's fine.
the possible location that they might be is either somewhere in the city, as they've been gardening all the docks. So they haven't left by sea, so they're either in the city somewhere, or they've gone out to the marshes up north. And apparently they're, well, the locals don't like the marshes. They tend to watch stuff disappear forever up there.
Let's just kind of glance back in that alleyway where we saw this figure real fast.
There's nothing there.
Does Dain notice Milo looking over to the alley?
Easily, as you look, you see Milo having a bit of a concerned look over at the alley, and as you kind of follow his eyes over there, you do not see anything.
You're scared of the dark now? I didn't know you to be. Didn't know you were that.
No. It's nothing. Thought I just saw someone running over there.
Fair enough.
Why would Milo lie to you? Come on!
Dain's just gonna kind of shrug. I guess. But you said you'd acquired rooms.
Yes, I did. At the tavern over there. As Milo points in the direction of it.
Ah, very good. Well, we should probably go find where Talos and Dallen got off to. They said they were gonna go train, so.
Both of you give me a perception check with disadvantage real quick.
16?
2.
2. Not too shabby. None of you notice anything. Carry on.
I don't like this.
Was it within 10 feet of us?
Yeah.
Actually, I most likely would notice then, since I have blind sense.
Well, unfortunately, I'd have to tell you that they got a nat 20 on their stealth check.
But I have blind sense, so I would be aware of any hidden or invisible creatures within 10 feet of me.
I got you. Well, I will say they were successful with what was happening, but you did feel a slight presence immediately behind you and then quickly move away.
Did I hear which direction they went off to?
Deeper into the marketplace. As you're on the edge, they seem to go deeper in where there's a lot of people.
I don't assume you'd allow me to make another perception to see?
Yeah, you can make another perception check, but it'll be with disadvantage.
22?
22. As you look into the crowd, just following where you felt that presence, you don't necessarily see anything, except after a moment, you do see like a particular stall get bumped out of nowhere. There's a few people around, but it's obvious that they weren't there, and you do see a fruit fall, and a couple people go, ow, and reach down and pick it up and just kind of look around confused.
Dain, I don't think we should be talking about the Somerset anymore in public.
Hey, you're probably right. That's also why I've been keeping stuff a little bit vague. Well, trying to anyway. Right, let's go collect the other two and we'll head on over to the tavern.
Sounds good.
Talos and Dallen, did you get my message earlier? Are you two still here? Talos?
Give me a sec.
Hey, sorry, I was having issues with one of my things. It was like trying to figure out why I wasn't connecting.
You're all good. I just need a couple rolls from you.
Sure, what you need?
I need you both to roll me athletics.
Athletics,
Yeet.
okay.
22.
That was a very good check there, Dallen.
14. Not happy with that.
Are you feeling lucky today, Talos?
You feeling lucky, punk?
Let me see. Yeah, might as well. And so we put that to reload, roll it.
Nice, a
There we-
22. I would say that will do. Alright, so, as Milo and Dain, you make your way into the tavern, you kind of start to rest and relax in your rooms a bit. Dain, or Talos and Dallen, you two have been hard at work grinding at behind the shed. A few times you even get a few recruits that kind of peek their eyes around the like quarters and kind of stare and watch as you two work. As like it takes you a little longer than you both expect, as you had a good flow going on the cruise ship, but then here having like a bit of time pass and being a little like not the equipment you were used to. It takes you a little longer than 8 hours. It takes you about 12 hours of hard work. As you take a few breaks in between, but Talos, you work on getting your cardio up a little bit before you then think back hard on one of your allies and the way, like, what you've been trying to mimic yourself. And you take a look at this dummy and you proceed to like swing at it. Roll me an attack roll -5. Or you can just roll a normal attack and then we'll take -5 from it.
All right, that was just with that whatever weapon.
With your warhammer or whatever you prefer. You just barely make it because you're hitting a dummy, which has like an AC of 10.
Okay.
But what you do is, as you take your warhammer and you slam it down, you know you're for a fact you've left a bit of an opening, and they had like if there was an actual opponent in front of you, they would be able to recognize it, be able to maybe dodge a little bit to avoid this hit if possible. But obviously it isn't. But as you strike this, you feel that your blow hits with a lot more force than what you usually do. And normally, like as I rolled there, you rolled 10 bludgeoning damage for your hit. But when you take a look at where you hit, you feel as if you did double that, as if like you did almost double the damage.
I'm kind of just like not like looking at my like hammer, kind of just like nod, like all right.
As you feel quite confident that as you take a few more swings and you kind of get the hang of it, you feel as if you have mastered a particular unique combat style.
All right.
And I'll go ahead and add that to your character sheet in here real quick.
Sure.
I think this is it. Let me double check. Yes, this is it. Boop. You'll see it with your features and traits.
Features and traits. Give me just a second. Pull it. And then it pull that.
And while kind of keeping a slight eye on him, Dallen, you have been pushing yourself to the limit. You've been lifting weights and absolutely pushing yourself to the limit. You feel your sweat all over your body. You are exhausted, but you feel just as much like you want to put in as much effort as you can, and so you push yourself to the absolute limit. And as a result, you feel at the end of the training, as you watch as Dain is kind of swinging his hammer in a new way, and you're panting, exhausted, and it's absolutely just like not feeling terribly great. You kind of flex your muscles a little bit and flex your legs a little, and you feel a little bit stronger than you were before.
Let's go. My boy is getting gains.
And you both feel as if you have accomplished what you set out to do after spending the entire day training and dropping 5,000 gold to accomplish it.
Yeah, that hurt my wallet a little bit.
Yeah, but it allowed you to get the equipment necessary, because without that equipment, it would have taken you a lot longer, like several more days of dedicated training in order to break through this.
Yeah. Alright. Gotta change that on my sheet.
I fixed it for you and roll 20 already.
Oh, okay. Just gotta do it in my D&D Beyond then.
Yep, go for it. Alright, so at the end of it all, you two are exhausted as you're dragging yourself away from the training ground as the sergeant looks at you and goes, all done for the day? Thank you again, you two. Like, I've already seen these men sweat harder than they have sweat in their lives. I can tell already this is doing the trick. You have my thanks.
You're welcome, sir.
You're welcome over here anytime. I'd love to see you again. Maybe have a few rounds with the guys. Show them what a real man can do. And he actually stamps his feet together and actually gives you a salute.
I return the salute as well.
He then heads on off to go rest for the day.
Well, where do you think Dain and Milo went off to?
Just say. Might notice, see if maybe we should check, see if any of the taverns, see if maybe they might have shopped up in there.
Well, it's worth a shot. Let's go.
So you two head into the marketplace.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's late in the day as the sun is starting to set. As you two, you two started training essentially at about like 8 o'clock-ish, I believe, and it took you over 12 hours in total to get this done. So the sun is getting very low in the sky as the fog is starting to roll in. And as you're walking, the fog is pretty thick around your heads, it's starting to get a little difficult to see, but you see some of the colorful lights of the street lights begin to turn on all around you. And lights from inside of the buildings are getting brighter, and so the colorful collage of lights from the stained glass windows are starting to sparkle all around you in the fog, making it quite a spectacle. And you would think that a lot of people would be going to bed or going inside in fear of the dark and whatnot for the night, but it almost seems as if life in this city picks up at night, as there's even more people out as they're enjoying the colors, and you see people going about drinking and having fun. The fog rolls on your feet as well, as the ground almost seems to just be nothing but fog, and as you walk you can see your feet separating the fog a little bit before it just almost flows back into itself, covering up what was moved and displaced. And so you find yourself in the marketplace where a few new stalls have popped up. Some individuals serving specific fancy drinks, a couple that are serving some hors d'oeuvres, lots of different things that have popped up for the nightlife. You do see there's a couple of taverns as well, and there are a magic shop called the Runes and Relics that you can see, and a blacksmithy. There's a clothier as well, and the taverns that you can see one called the Pointless Tankard Tavern, the Misty Magpie Inn, and you can see the Puny, or what was the third one I had? Let's see. The Puny Crabs, I believe it was.
Looks like there's anyone, does there look like anyone who's been sitting around for a while?
look around, you can see there's a lot of people on the move. You see some grouped up in some small groups with some nice drinks in hand. Several that are like selling some novelty jewelry around. Any of you familiar with like Mardi Gras?
Oh yeah.
Essentially, this town almost seems to turn into like a mini Mardi Gras every night. Like once the sun goes down.
Good lord.
So there's a lot of activity, a lot of fun and revelry going on right now.
What's going on here?
Want to see if they're in any of the taverns? It is late.
Well, let's see. Check out some of these taverns here. See if we can find any. If we can find a Dain and Milo. Find them.
Why don't you roll
No,
me a
try it.
1d3?
1d3. 1 sec.
Both of us or just him?
Well, are you looking together or are you splitting up?
Yeah. Probably gonna stick together.
Alright. Talos, you make your way to the Pointless
One.
Tankard Tavern. Inside there, you see not as many people hanging out in there. It's kind of empty, but a few outside of the tavern, there's a lot of more people as they seem to be grabbing their drinks and heading out. Meanwhile, inside manning the bar, you see a stout dwarf just kind of filling up some drinks and getting them ready for whoever comes in. And as soon as you get in, he starts to bring the mugs over in your direction. He goes, "Yeah, you know the drill. 2 copper a person."
I'm gonna look around, see if I can take a look around, see if I notice Dain or anybody there.
Roll perception check. 9. You do not see Dain or Milo. You don't see very many people inside the tavern at all.
Well, a little slow today, is it?
Oh no, business is quite the normal. Most folks just tend to take their drinks and head outside.
Ah.
That's where the light show is.
You might happen to have seen a dwarf and a halfling come through here, have you? Any time recently?
I've seen a few dwarves, but I can't say that I've seen any halflings. So we don't have a whole lot of them folk around here.
Thank you very much, son. I put a copper piece on the table and kind of as thanks and walk out.
As he takes the copper and puts it away, and just starts cleaning up some mugs. All right, as you head out to the marketplace again.
Dallen, you see them at all?
I thought I've seen. I'm sorry, what was the question? Am I supposed to be doing a perception check too? I'm sorry. My attention's kind of split right now.
No, you're good. Talos just asked you a question, essentially.
What
But
was the
ask if you happen to have see them, Dain or Dallen. That's not Dain or Milo brain work.
No,
Yes, Sam.
I haven't. If they aren't here, there might be probably gonna be in the other taverns.
Maybe you should ponder on this a little more, Dain or Dallen.
Insight or history.
No, I said ponder. Maybe you should ponder on this.
Oh.
More.
pull out my orb.
I was about to say, you're dropping balls on that one.
Yeah, pull out my orb and I'm gonna try and connect with Milo.
Alrighty. I'd say you know him very, very well. But, Milo, I know you're a bit on edge right now and a bit more alert. So, Milo, this is... Let's see. Oh. This wasn't sending. This was, what was the spell?
Divining?
No.
Oh.
Dang it, I'm losing it. Scrying. This is scrying. That's what it is. You're scrying on him,
Yeah.
so... Milo, you will get to roll for this. But
Okay.
since he's very much familiar with you, there's going to be a few... Obviously, he's going to be able to break through a little easier. Alright, so... I need you, Milo, because you're very much on edge right now due to what happened earlier, I imagine, right?
Yes. To be fair, Milo's already on edge usually.
Make me a wisdom saving throw.
19?
19, and he's very familiar with you, so he, that's a -5 to your check, which brings you down to 14, and that particular orb that you're using, Dallen, let me see what the spell save was.
Let me see. Pull that back up then. Spell save is 17.
So you're able to still break through. So, Milo, you don't notice anything, but Dallen, you are transported a very short distance through the orb until you see a rather busier-looking tavern. There's actually a decent more amount of people inside, but you see quite a few of them are grabbing drinks and heading out of the tavern, where you see currently serving out drinks is a 50-year-old human woman with short, braided black hair, brown eyes, and is currently handing out drinks. Meanwhile, you see Dain and Milo there, currently enjoying some drinks and asking about what's going on. Well, you see, every night to help with the dullness and the fog, dears, what we have here is we have the folks, they like to go out, and we like to bring in our light from inside the building. It's real bright here to illuminate the stained glass there. And she kind of points up in a direction, and Dain and Miley kind of look up to see. Lighting up those brings a lot of light out into the fog out there and creates quite a spectacle. Most of the folks, they like to just get hammered out of their minds, and, well, between the lights, fancy lights they see and how drunk they are, a few of them always have some religious experiences out there.
Wow, it's really interesting. Ain't that right, Milo?
As Milo, you hear this in your head.
Dallen? What did I say about fucking scrying on me?
Dain, you see Milo suddenly get, he's very silent as he suddenly seems to be concentrating on something, and he gets, a very grumpy, frumpy face.
It's like,
Where are you?
You know what? You don't get to know now. Fuck you, Dallen.
Well, that's just not very team player of you. Now is it?
And you said you'd never use this on me. And are you using it on me now? Yes, you are. So, like I said, fuck you.
Alright. I shall use this on Dain then. Goodbye.
Fuck you.
Dain, wisdom saving throw. That's 11, so yeah, you immediately contact Dain afterwards.
Wasn't that just real interesting, Dain?
Dain, you hear a voice in your head.
hello? Ancestors,
is
is that
me.
you? Finally?
Wait, did you just say ancestors? Is that you?
Hey. Hello?
Um,
I'm not dead, am
Dane,
I?
buddy, it's me, Dallen.
Dallen, why are you with the ancestors?
I mean, you
Dave's
guys
just gonna
kept on
look at his
talking about
mug
your
of ale
beer
for
so
a
much.
second.
They kept on talking about your beer so much. I thought I might as well go and talk to the source.
I don't like this. Whatever this is, I don't like it.
And Milo, you see as Dain has a bit of a disgruntled face about him now, looking a little like at his drink and like,
I'm just gonna look at him and be like, it's Dallen, isn't it?
I'll look over. It's like,
I'm just gonna
you
say,
hear,
I mean,
you hear
I'm
it
gonna say
too?
to him like I can talk to you guys too, talk to him too. I tried telling him.
Milo, why is Dallen in my head?
Because he tried using that fucking scrying ball orb shit on me when I specifically have told him not to use that, and he promised he wouldn't.
Wait, you mean that giant light bulb he's had with him is a... he can do this with it?
Yes.
Light bulb. What's a light bulb?
Don't worry about it.
Ah, okay.
It's artificial shit, don't worry about it.
drift globe. The drift globe that he has in his hands.
Yeah.
Talos sneezes.
It's like, well, seeing as you're here, Dallen, what are you after?
We just want to know which tavern you're in or where you are, because we don't know where you are.
It's like, forgetting the name of the tavern. It's the something Magpie, I want to say.
Talos. Was there one of the taverns that had the name Magpie on them?
Can Dallen talk while he's scrying on us?
No, it can't. No, it can't.
He just switches over to Talos.
No, he doesn't. Dallen thinks he can talk.
You just hear that in your head, Dain, like, Talos, do you remember? And like, you're just like, what?
We'll do a history check. A 9.
You forget exactly how the spell works.
Fuck.
Do I remember which tavern we're in?
Yes, you're a little hazy from the drink, but as you kind of think about it, you think about it, you're like, oh wait, yeah, this was the Misty Magpie.
I remember it now. It's the Misty Magpie.
Got it. Thanks.
I got
See you
some good
soon.
drinks in here.
Are you okay?
Hey, I'm fine. I can. Dallen, it's me. I can handle a drink.
The way you
Simple.
said that made me a little worried.
Oh, I can't enjoy a good drink.
No. Not one bit.
Well
Unallowed.
then.
Alright, Dane. See you in a bit. Dallen hangs up. Alright. They're at the Magpie. The Musty Magpie.
Misty Magpie.
Misty Magpie. That's where they are, Talos. Let's go.
Alright. Very well. Very well.
And so you two walk over, you look at the signs, and you're like, oh, there's the Misty Magpie. And as you enter, you can see Dain and Milo over at the bar, hanging out.
Do I see Dallen walk in?
Yes.
I'm gonna stealth.
Oh. Perception check and stealth check. Oh. Are you stealthing, Talos?
No. I'm
You
just
see
walking.
Talos, Milo.
Talos? Where's Dallen?
Oh, he's
Perception check,
right.
Talos.
Here. Just hold him up.
I'm gonna put my finger up to my mouth like, shut up.
He's right here.
You
Milo,
traitor.
you see Dallen now. He's slinking around the wall, trying to avoid your gaze.
I'm just gonna slowly move my hand up.
I'm
and
gonna
flip
drop
off.
down 1,000 gold down.
Good lord.
I mean, in that case, I'm
I'm
just
gonna
gonna
say, please don't kill me.
gonna go over there and pick that up.
God, the rest of you are gonna be bankrupt by the time we get out of here.
You lock eyes with Dallen, and you come up very intimidating like to him. The bag of gold like disappears under your cloak as you kind of glide next to it. You're not even looking at it. But once you pass the table, it is gone as you just look dead-eyed into Dallen's face.
I'm just picturing Milo just vampire-like sliding over to it and then just waving his cloak over it, and the bag's just gone.
Don't do that again.
Dallen's holding on to his gun like it's a emotional support animal.
As Milo walks over to Dallen, he's gonna be like, "It's a really good thing you're paying me off, and you didn't sneak up on me. Otherwise, there'd be a dagger right next to your crotch right now."
Yeah.
Does this dagger talk to you as well?
Mind your own fucking business.
Dallen just starts holding, like, grabbing onto like a random bone in his body. It's like, alright, Dallen's gonna go get a room and just sleep this situation off.
Dallen, you should check your pockets also.
Dallen's gonna check his pockets. Okay. Don't tell me you did what I think you just did.
You find a key in your pocket.
Okay, good. You put that amulet on Dallen. Dallen was gonna freak out. Alright. Alright, Dallen's just gonna... Does the key have a number on it? Or does Dallen have to go to the shopkeeper, like the tavern keeper, and figure out which room he has to do? Or is he gonna have to keep on trying to use the key on every room?
Can Milo just pay off the barkeep not to say anything to Dallen?
Oh, fuck you!
And if there was a key number on it, kind of just scratch it off?
Come on, Tim, we're friends. Come on, don't do this to me.
Okay, what exactly are you doing?
I need to figure out which room this key is to, so Dallen can go to bed. Am I gonna have to try and use the key on every room to figure out which room Dallen has? Is he gonna be able to go to the shopkeep and ask him? I mean, the tavern keep, or is there a room number on the key?
There is a room number on the key.
Okay, good. Alright, Dallen's gonna go to a room and go to bed. Leave the situation off. He's also gonna lock the door behind him when he gets into his room.
Leaving Milo, Talos, and Dain there together.
Yes.
Well, there goes Dallen for the night. And, well, I guess I'm all alone on this one. I'm just gonna take another sip.
As Milo sees Dain taking another sip, he's just gonna cheers and take another drink as well.
good. So you all kind of enjoy a nice little bit of meal and some drink, and then as the night gets later, you're gonna be heading to bed.
Yeah, it's like straight. Like his Talos is feeling a bit sore, so
Did you have a good read about what you have acquired?
I'm looking at it right now. I was like trying to see it. Great weapon fighter.
Yes.
Trying to figure out where I can add that into my thing. Here on my other pat thing.
Alright, so with that, as you all slowly make your way to your beds, and then you get yourself settled in, anything you all wish to do before you go to sleep formally?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Milo's gonna go into Dane's room and talk to him about the... Well, try to, depending on how inebriated he is. Try to talk to him about the missing armor set again, now that we're in a closed area.
Dane's been enjoying, but it's... The ale isn't that strong.
It's a good taste, but it's not enough to like make you like pass out drunk.
It's no rock gut. Hey, Milo, what are you doing in here?
Well, I did say that we were going to talk more about this armor set in private, now that I don't have... Or we're not surrounded by random people.
Hey, oh, that's fair. So one particularly wishing to discuss about it.
So you said that it's either in town or in the swamps? Or the marshes, should say?
Hey, that's what it sounded like. Well, Days and the detective was saying that the city has been keeping a watch on the docks going both in and out, just so that they can't get out, at least by sea. It has been a few days since the murder happened, but yeah, he's confident that they're either still in the city, most likely, if anything, probably underground, or just hidden somewhere. It is a big city after all. Or they are out in the marshes to the north, which the locals don't like going as stuff tends to disappear. Both people and property.
I'm starting to think I actually talked to the people who might have stole it.
Oh? Did you go find some of your local businessmen?
Yeah, however, this one seemed a little bit more... How should I put this? Feral, I guess? Call himself the, Rat Man?
Rat Man?
Yeah, I don't understand it either, don't want to know. But... He and his quote-unquote rat pack have a lot of supply lines in this city and then up into those marshes. But they don't know what happened afterwards.
Well, I know there is at least one thing I can do right now. Dane's just gonna kind of dig in his bag for a minute. If they potentially do have the armor, did they give any indication that they might be moving it soon?
I unfortunately don't know that, just because they never told me if they do have it or not. They swear up and down that they sold it off to that auction house, and they have no idea what happened to it afterwards.
Well, that does kind of line up with the detective story where the armor kind of just popped up out of nowhere. The seller gave it to the auction house with the stipulation that it be sold quickly for its approximate value, which, like I said earlier, is a hefty sum. I think he was saying it was like 110,000 gold. Which, I don't know about you, I don't think I've ever actually seen that much gold in my life.
I'll be honest, I can't remember if I've seen that much or not. Can picture a general idea though.
Hey, wait.
I mean, the
Dane
hold
has.
makes a lot of gold, Dane, and obviously,
That's gonna-
like, you've seen the treasury at Blackspire before. Like, 100,000 is quite a bit, and you've seen more than that within like the entire treasury of Blackspire. Like, considerably more, but you know that 100,000 is nothing to scoff at. Like,
Oh no. It's definitely a lot. But yes, I will say as well, the deceased, they had everything of value taken from them. As well, I managed to find out that the family of the deceased, I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but the family as well didn't want any clerics or anyone trying to revive him, as they're already divvying up his estate. I'm guessing he has, well, if he can just drop a ridiculous amount of gold on a set of armor that wouldn't even fit him. I'm guessing he's got quite a lot of assets.
Sounds kind of odd that they don't want to bring him back. Unless he was just a real fucking asshole, then maybe?
Either that or the family is on that side of things as well, where they're a little bit jealous of what he had. I don't know, might be something to look into. While doing this, Dain is actually going to cast Locate Object on the armor, just to see if it is within the 1,000 feet of our location.
very nice.
And if it's on the move or not.
Very good play. Very good play. Let me see approximately. Let's see. How far would that cover in here? So 1,000 feet.
Yeah, 1,000 feet. If the object is in motion, you know the direction of its movement. It does say at the bottom. This spell can't locate an object in any thickness of lead, even a thin sheet. Blocks a direct path between you and the object.
All right. So that approximately equates to about 304 meters. So, in terms of for Imperial measurement, that gives you about just under a quarter of a mile of distance around you that you're able to check. Which, for that particular size, that will get you the marketplace easily enough and a little bit of the surrounding area. And as you cast that and you feel out for it, you do not sense it within the range.
Well, I can at least say it's not in the immediate area where we are right now.
How do you know that?
Well, yeah, words. Well, as a paladin, even though I don't worship any of the gods I worship, you know, I believe in the ancestors. I have picked up some skills along the way. One of those being one of those spells. Well, I can locate certain objects that I know of within about quarter mile or something away from me. Sometimes it's a little bit situational. I've been saving it for something like this. But without a general location, it's a little bit hard at times to actually find it, or find stuff.
Do you think you'd be able to cast that again?
I can try. Hey, is there anything you're looking for, or?
No. I'm thinking that me and you, well, after you take off that, as I just kind of like point to his armor, we, see if we can't find it for you. Or if at least rule out this rat man.
Hey, sounds like an idea. Dain's gonna take off his plate armor, but put his mithril breastplate underneath clothing.
It takes you about 10-ish minutes or so to do that.
Hey, there we go. Do I look a little bit more blending in now?
Not quite. Though I do think I gave you something to help with that, if you don't mind me looking through your bag.
Hey, you can have a look.
And would Dain have the hat Milo bought him in his bag?
Would you, Dain?
I'm actually looking right now. I think I do. Yes, it's in there.
Milo's gonna take it out, put it on your head, and be like, "There you go. Now you're ready."
Sometimes... never mind.
Dain, I'm kidding. You look fucking ridiculous with that thing on. Please take it off. I'm not trying to die tonight.
Especially since I've got the hat on and the cloak of the manta ray just chilling on my shoulders.
You have a very unique style about you.
Dain's gonna take the hat off and the cloak of the manta ray, but put on his traveling cloak and kind of like pull it over his shoulders. Cloak that he got from a Nadrakul.
Also, could Milo pull out his disguise kit and make it so Dain doesn't look as much like a Black Spire? With Dain's permission?
As long as you allow it.
I was gonna say, I also might have an idea that it pains me to do so.
You gonna chop off your beard?
Yes.
Let's do this disguise kit first, see how that works. How's a 27 for disguise kit?
That's a very good check. Like, you are come to master this sort of thing very well. And so, you easily, like, disguise Dain and make him blend in very well, making him kind of hard to recognize for even Talos.
Now, do not know why that happened, sorry.
You make him look like what was your exact goal for what you're trying to do here? Like,
Milo's just trying to make it look like, make it Dain look like he's not a Black Spire, so I guess not like a dwarf?
yeah. So you make him look like a halfling got giganticism. So you look like a giant halfling right now, Dain.
Well, this is a different experience.
I mean, do you look like a Black Spire anymore? Since I sure as hell know I would not recognize you.
I mean, looking in the mirror, I don't look like one. I look like a giant halfling, to be honest.
That's a scary thought, especially for the halfling, but yes.
So...
Well, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so what's the plan?
You let me know when you're ready, and follow me.
Hey, I'm ready when you are.
Very well! As Milo will lead Dain out of the tavern and then start heading towards the marketplace, trying to blend into the crowd that's outside, looking at the lights and all that.
Sounds good.
To kind of blend in a bit more as well, Dain is also, before leaving the tavern, Dain will also have put Tempest Breaker and Stormguard's Protector in the bag, just so it's not, hanging off my back.
Sounds good. And I will say, after you doffed your armor, you did feel the concentration for locate object dissipate.
Fair.
As you can only concentrate on it for 10 minutes.
Also, before we leave the tavern, can Milo change into a Parent Tea Leaf?
Yes. So you both leave somewhat disguised and ready for a night on the town as you head into the marketplace with the blazing lights and the shiny, lots of inebriated people as you make your way out. And at this point, I would like to ask if you all would like to have a quick restroom break.
Sounds
Very well.
good.
Alright, we'll be right back.
Aye, aye. got 2 more attempts with locate object, and then an actual spell scroll that I got like 30 sessions ago.
Jesus.
I'm pretty sure I bought this back when we first got to Anadra Cruel.
Huh.
Hello there.
Oh, hi, Tim.
Hello.
I don't know if Dallen is here.
Talos, you here?
Yep.
Dain, Dallen, Dain, Talos, and Milo here. Ryan, you here? Can't be back quite yet, but that's fine. We can still hang out for a little bit.
Or is Ryan muted and hasn't realized it?
Maybe muted. It's not showing on Discord, so. But then again, you could have just muted his personal headset.
I don't think so. I don't think he's here yet.
Just real quick. So, what is the goal of you, Milo, and Dain on this little outing of yours into the marketplace?
I guess we'll see.
You're just gonna walk around and use your locate object to see if you can find the armor.
No, I was planning on taking him down to the sewers to use it.
Taking him directly to the Thieves Guild.
Pretty close, but not quite all the way in.
Not enough where the rat pack would be just like, wait, who the fuck are you?
Alright. Sounds like a plan.
And Tim quickly changes the entire storyline for this for this subplot real fast.
Nah, I'm not doing anything. I'm just having Dallen real quick. Let him be like, hey, let us know when you get back.
We're rats. We're rats.
So you'll be surprised at what class that rat man was.
Honestly, as soon as I heard Ratman, I was terrified.
Well, good.
Yo, give me warp stuff.
All I can
He's
think of
not-
is the Skaven.
No, he's not a lichen rat.
Well, my mind went to the fucking Ratman we fought on the side of the road.
Oh, that one. What is that? What is that? But not quite, not quite.
Yeah, as soon as you started describing, I was like, alright, you can chill out a little bit, it's not that guy. I'm okay.
Killed the heck out of that guy.
Hey, I don't know, maybe Rat Pack resurrected him or something.
You annihilated him. There was nothing left.
This week, looking at another just week of work. I don't think I've heard of anything interesting happening in my place, so essentially I just have to deal with the truck tomorrow, truck on Thursday, and then just finish up whatever work comes up as we get ready for the summer.
That's good. My week at work is always better than a hectic one.
And I'm hoping it's just going to be a nice, calm. Because I can start using it after last week.
I feel the same way, however, knowing my job, and especially with it becoming summer, it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, that's I have no doubt.
Just because the marina that I work for is under construction, so our rates are cheaper than most other marinas at the moment, and summer is our slow season, so our rates are even cheaper. So it brings in unsavory crowd.
Yeah, it generally tends to.
Tim, quick question for you.
Sure.
So, I'm building Justin's Abyssal Trident in D&D Beyond. What? Because I'm looking at the thing that you sent right now. What? Would you just say it was like a standard trident with everything on it, or?
I believe so. I believe that's how it's graded. Let me double check.
Yeah, because there's nothing about damage or anything there, so.
Yeah, so it's. I would say it's a +1 trident. A +1 trident with all those magical abilities attached.
Cool. See, I'm just building that right now. It's a little bit easier because the modifiers on the stuff is always messy.
Yeah, I know.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, I know the cloak was a thing, but just as like the type of character Talos is, like he'd be very hesitant to use something like that, just from like the bad vibe.
Alright, since you're back down, shall we all get back into it?
Yes, sir.
Alright, so as we get back into it, Dain and Milo are in the marketplace. Dallen, you've gone to bed, and Talos, did you go to bed too?
Oh yeah, Talos is snoring.
After a long day, hard day of training, the two that train are resting for the night. Not able to do much else. And so, Milo and Dain, you make your way to an alleyway where, Milo, you find the grate.
Before we go in, can I make a perception check?
Certainly. Anything you're trying to see in particular?
This quote-unquote rat pack.
Not one, but you don't see anything.
I don't like that I see Wallflower rolling a 17 there, though.
I was on the wrong screen. I was rolled on Wallflower rather than myself.
I still don't like that you rolled.
You don't see anything.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I really don't see anything.
Yep. As you take a look around, the alleyway appears clear. It is quite dark with, of course, the lights all around as the kind of Mardi Gras scene continues to go about throughout the town.
It's
Alright, I
my
guess-
time.
I mean, I kind of use a hand motion to tell Dain to keep quiet and keep low. And Milo is going to then stealth into the sewers.
Sounds good. Very nice. As you two enter the sewers, it is even darker down there than it was earlier, as no natural light is making its way down below, not providing you any access to any vision, but Dain, with your dark vision, you're able to just barely see, and using your Hand of Glory, Milo, you of course have a little vision as well as you made your way into the sewers.
Yeah,
Very nice.
Dane's just following Milo's lead on this.
Very well. Milo's gonna take him, probably like 1 or 2 turns away from where the entrance, or this illusionary entrance is.
Roll me a
And-
survival check.
Uh-oh.
Could I do, if it's for finding my way, could I roll a history instead?
Sure. And Dain, you have no idea where you're going. You find yourself getting lost as you start going through the sewers, as you're not as familiar with this area. You try your best to remember, and you take a couple turns, thinking that, yeah, I think we went this way, and I think this went this way, but you do not end up finding that illusionary dead end as you travel for about 15 to 20 minutes.
Can Milo make a perception to see if there's any thieves' can symbols indicating the way?
Go for it. 16. You travel for about another 5 minutes around here and there trying to find anything. And eventually you do see like a mark that points down a direction that you're able to follow.
I'll go down that way then.
At this point, you finally make your way to the area with the illusionary dead end, as you essentially you've spent about 45 minutes in the sewers.
I'll then go ahead and tell Dain to try it again.
Alrighty. With that, Dain is again going to cast Locate Object and focus in on the armor.
Alright. As you cast your spell and focus all around in the nearby area, about a quarter-mile distance, you feel to the best of your ability, you focus in, you're like, it has to be here. Maybe it has to be here, and you do not sense it.
Just gonna look over at Milo and shake my head.
Alright, I'm gonna more or less motion to Dain that let's get out of here then.
I'm gonna hold up a finger for just a moment. I'm gonna cast Locate Object again, but this time focus on the hammer.
Alright. As you drop focus on Locate Object and you focus again on like the Warhammer, you bring its full picture to your mind. You know this Warhammer and this armor very well, you're very familiar with it. And so as you focus in on it and you try to see if you can feel it in the nearby area, you do not feel it either.
Okay. Alrighty. I'm gonna start heading towards Milo and we'll shuffle on out of there.
Before we leave, can I make another perception?
Sure.
Again, for the Rat Pack.
You hear some skittering and then silence.
Where do I hear the skittering?
Down one of the tunnels of the sewers.
They can smell you.
Well, we are in the sewer, so I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be able to smell anything at this point.
Well, to be fair, they're down here quite a bit, so they're probably used to it by now.
Fair.
Something that smells nicer than what smells worser can sometimes be easy to pick up.
And we did just get off a cruise ship.
To be fair, though, with Milo and his ability in disguises, he would have, like, unconsciously dirtied ourselves up, so we didn't smell as nice.
That's fair.
But yeah, I guess we'll try finding a way out. Or finding the way out, I should say.
Alright. History or survival of your choice.
21!
Oh yeah. Once you're here at this point, finding the exit is easy enough, as you've done it before, so you make your way out of the sewers easy enough and back out into the world above.
Also, as I'm on my way out, can I, like, draw a map of the sewers? That way I can get here easier next time?
Sure. Do you have a particular... let's see, what would that be under?
I mean, I do have my forgery kit, however, I don't think that would be much.
It would be
Though-
intelligence-based, I'd say. So, I would say you could do another history check for that.
Now, could I have advantage with this only because Milo consistently has been making blueprints for his taverns and would kind of have a rough idea, at least, on how to do this?
I'll allow it.
15?
15. You make a rough sketch, and you feel that you might have an easier time, but the twists and turns are difficult, so you do the best that you can. So it might aid you in the future.
Okay.
And so you find your way back out into the streets of the bustling city.
That was certainly interesting.
Let's head back to the tavern before take these off.
Hey, that and a fear if we stay out for far too long. It's not gonna have a great time in the morning.
Yeah, probably not.
I'll head on back to the tavern.
You'll return to the tavern where Talos and Dallen are fast asleep. And you head to bed.
Yeah.
Before Milo goes to bed, can I go into Dallen's room?
I've locked the door.
Yeah, you try the door and it's locked.
Does a 23 unlock it?
Yeah. You open up the door into a very dark room where you hear the soft snores of Dallen.
I'm gonna go over and wake up Dallen.
You
What?
shake Dallen awake, and Dallen, you feel yourself being disturbed.
What's
Master
going on?
Dallen, I have finally returned back to your aid. What do you require of me?
How the fuck did you get over here, old man?
I overheard where you guys were heading, and I made the trip over as well.
How did you get through the door? I locked it.
I had
We're on
my
the second
way.
floor.
I walked up the stairs, and I'm pretty sure you didn't lock the door like you thought.
Inside check there, Dallen. Yeah, anyone with advantage, like, you're questioning it. You're in a very sleepy state as, like, you just got woken up abruptly, and this dark, you don't exactly see this guy, but you're like, dang, did I really forget?
Alright, I don't have anything for you to do. Go to sleep.
Very well, Master Dallen.
Oh, next time, don't follow us to another kingdom. Okay?
I was told by the guards who released me that I had to do everything that you asked.
Well, I asked
And
you to stay at...
and follow you to make sure you would be alright.
Well, I command you to stay at Starfall Citadel. How about that?
This is quite a difficult situation since they told me to do what you said and to stay with you.
So confusing.
Strange how that works, huh? Well, I'm gonna go to sleep.
Very well, Master
And
Dallen.
Dallen falls back asleep. Oh, wait. Lock that door.
How do you want me to lock? How do you want me to lock it and leave as well?
However the fuck you got back in. Got in here.
Again, you left it unlocked. By the sound of your voice, I'm assuming it was by mistake.
Dallen goes back to sleep.
Milo's gonna do as Master Dallen has told him to and go to sleep. But before I do so, he's gonna lock the door.
You use your lockpicking tools and you lock the door easily enough. And so you head back to your room and go to bed for the night.
One sec, guys. One sec, I'll be right back.
All good.
Me.
You're in a dark, dank dungeon, Milo.
I am terrified now.
Chains bound your hand as you are lashed up to the wall, dangling there. As your eyes kind of creak open and you look about, confused. You hear a creak as the gates open into your cell. As an individual in a black cloak steps in.
Is this the same cloaked figure with red eyes from the marketplace?
No.
Okay.
But this hunched over figure that you do not see its face.
Oh, god damn it.
It looks at you in your direction. You assume it's looking at you. You feel it look at you. As I say,
I'm going back.
do you know why you are here?
I'm assuming I'm dreaming, so no, I don't.
You are in prison for crimes against the good people of the world. Making accusations, stealing, probably, and Otherwise, all the evil that you have committed has landed you here.
Where am I exactly?
Make a wisdom saving throw.
He did not like that question. Got it. 9.
Ooh. As he finishes his saying here, you feel reverberation of his words just echo in your mind as here, woo, 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 causing you a splitting headache. And you spend the next 7 hours as this thing just tortures you. It lashes you with whips. It slashes at you with claws and daggers. Like, you feel in pain and agony, and yet you cannot wake up. At the end of it all, you are exhausted. You are sweating. You feel as if you're bleeding out everywhere as this cloaked figure, just looks at you and goes, "Take this as a lesson. Though it seems this did not kill you, you should learn to be nicer." As you wake up.
I'm assuming I have a point of exhaustion now.
Yes, you did not gain the benefits of a long rest, and you have taken 10 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
Ouch.
Pain.
We still have those temporary hit points, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And so, the other three of you, Talos, Dain, and Dallen, you get to benefit from a long rest as you wake up quite pleased and happy.
Morning, all.
Morning, Talos.
Where's that old bastard? Oh, he's not here. Must have been just a dream.
What are you talking about?
Talos, how'd you get into my room?
Freaking what?
I'm like halfway in wall.
Yeah, that's what
Or
that's
just
what I'm
sort of
saying.
just randomly just stood.
Right, and suddenly Talos.
It's like Talos,
Well,
what?
you just see
in
like
my
it's like
room?
that scene from
How would you get
SpongeBob
into my
where
room?
you see the indention of him like pushed through the wall.
I'm assuming we'd all be downstairs at this point.
Yeah.
I know,
It would be quite amusing just to see like the four of us just T-posing down the stairs.
Before Dallen goes downstairs, he's gonna be saying all that, and he's gonna be going over to the door, looking at it questionably as he tries to open it, and just like, that motherfucker lied to me.
The door is unlocked. You unlock it and you're able to go through.
Got it. Dallen's gonna keep an eye out for the old man.
As you'll head down below for breakfast, Milo, are you joining them?
No, Milo's still in bed.
Don't blame him.
It's like laying there like
And so you will, the three of you are down there enjoying a nice meal. As the innkeeper, Butter Bogarts is her name. She serves you up and kind of looks at you and goes, whatever happened to that, the one who paid for all your rooms? I don't see him here this morning.
Where is Milo?
Folly sleeping in.
Hey, he. Well, probably had a late night. We'll let him sleep in for a little bit before we go collect him.
Oh, by the way, did you happen to find out any more information about that armor you were looking for?
Hey, a little bit.
Anything promising?
Uh, Possibly, but probably not the most ideal place to strike up a conversation about this.
Very well.
But I'll fill you in a bit.
Talos like tucks into his food. He's like,
Dain is also going to enjoy a nice breakfast.
And so you do. You all have yourselves a very nice meal. You feel refreshed and ready to take on the day.
Very nice, very nice.
And Milo is still in bed?
Yep.
By the time you finish up your breakfast, you notice that Milo still is not with you. So it's up to you three to decide what you wish to do. You head out into the city. The day is yours.
fine day.
Hey, there it is. Where? You two wait
Something
here
on
for
your
a
mind?
minute. You two wait here for a minute. I'm gonna go collect Milo.
Oh, well.
Gonna head up to Milo's room and just knock on the door.
No housekeeping.
Housekeeping.
No housekeeping.
Hey, clean!
No clean.
Knock on the door a bit harder.
Your headache pounds even harder with every knock that it is given.
Milo will very reluctantly get out of bed, open the door, ready to yell at whoever the fuck is there.
See a very tall
I
halfling.
said.
Oh, hi there. What can I do you for?
Not normally like you to stay in this late.
Oh shit, that's Dain. Hi.
You doing alright?
See dark shadows under his eyes and bloodshot eyes from Milo's. He's not looking good.
Did you go on a night excursion after we came back?
Yeah, you can say that. Fucking one hell of a dream I had. You know if they have coffee downstairs or not?
Probably. Or if anything, I could probably make something a little bit stronger for you.
Very well. I guess I'll give me a couple minutes. I'll be down there.
We're just by the entrance when you're ready.
Very well.
Gonna head on back down to the bar and procure a coffee for Milo.
Easy enough. And so Milo, you get yourself a very nice warm cup of coffee. That the aroma smells burnt and exactly what one looks for in a coffee.
Very nice. Now, is this a good coffee, or is it just coffee?
It's an okay cup of coffee.
They had it in dwarven size, so it's a tall one.
I'm also asking to see if the effects of coffee actually take in or not.
Yep, you drink it and you feel a little bit of that caffeine hit you, and you're feeling a little bit better. It doesn't cure you from exhaustion, but you are able to feel a little bit of relief.
Unfortunate. Okay. Very well. Where are we off to?
That... Not really too sure right now. Should probably chat to Talos and Dallen, see if they've got any leads on anything.
Very well. Might want to go talk to that detective and tell him about what I found out yesterday also. Probably wouldn't be a
Hey.
bad idea.
Probably, although probably flavour it more that we, you stumbled across it more so that you have contact with the locals.
Yeah.
Well, let's head on outside and meet the others.
Very well. Fucking hate life right now. Okay, alright.
So you make your way down, and you see Talos and Dallen currently sipping the last of their morning drink, and you two kind of look at and see Milo and Dain appear, and notice that Milo, like, he's got some bags under his eyes, and his eyes are a little bloodshot, but he's sipping a coffee.
Oh, no. Milo's not sitting on that anymore. He chugged that motherfucker.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Bit of a late night, I'm guessing, Milo?
I don't want to talk about it.
Hmm? So, where to from here? What's our plan?
Well, at least on my end, I'm a little bit stumped right now. Could probably, Milo made a good suggestion to go chat to the detective that I found yesterday. So we can, well, compile all the information that we know of.
You mean
Might
this
be able-
detective? As leaning against the wall on the other side of the room, he tips a bit of a hunter's hat towards you.
Ah, good morning, Detective Dolmes.
Good morning, as he stands back up and approaches. These must be your companions. Greetings. I am Hemlock Hemlock Domes, and I'm the detective currently investigating a murder that occurred over by the auction house, and your good friend here, Mr. Blackspire, was able to provide me some information, some context about what I've been looking into.
Did we have this discussion somewhere else, not an open like this? Considering the nature of the matter?
Certainly. I imagine perhaps one of you has a room that we could perhaps converse in.
Whichever one you want, pick one.
I'll follow you. And the rest of you see essentially a wood elf dressed with a nice trench coat and a bit of a hunter's hat on. He's got some nice tan skin, a bit of. Let me see my description for him again. There we go. Extremely long, curled white hair with brown eyes. And he stands about 5'5" with an athletic build. And he does indeed have a soft face. No facial hair at all. And so he follows you all as you head up the stairs to a room.
Aye.
Once you get situated in a room, Hemlock kind of grabs a chair and sits down. Now then, I have continued my investigation overnight and have not been able to come up with too much information. Footsteps, unfortunately, become lost in the cavalcade of steps that were taken from many of our numerous passerbyers as they proceeded to travel and traverse along the city streets. Asking around, unfortunately, the time that it occurred was in particular during the in-between, just as the lights were starting to come on and people were starting to come out. Around the time when there was the least amount of people available to witness whomever might have done this. Now, one thing I did find quite curious, though, was that in terms of the rotational of the city guard, there was one that did not report in amongst the northern part of the walls. Although when I tried to investigate further, the guards simply blew it off and informed me that some guards tend to just skip out on their shift and that they weren't too terribly worried about it. Which I must say is quite curious and not to mention concerning.
Aye, concerning to say the least. You don't want your city guard just not showing up.
Yes, quite. But it would appear that this here city seems to pride itself more in its navy and its sailors more than its own city guard, seemingly relying more on their naval might to protect themselves rather than internal issues.
Yes, yesterday I met the one of the guard men that trains the guards, and he mentioned that I'm pretty sure he'd be upset about learning that some of the men that he has trained are shirking their duties.
Yes, quite. Now, to the common average eye, they may see this particular guard that didn't check in on the night of the murder not quite connected. But if one were to think about it, if perhaps a murderer, who we know is fully capable of murder, managed to find a way through and perhaps was spotted by, say, guard, perhaps they may have taken him out and hidden the body to ensure that none would be able to tell of their daring escape. Now, I have a view of the leads as well, as suspicious figures have been seen skulking about in some alleyways, and have been hearing rumor that some have delved into the sewer. So, I am about to head and go investigate those, as perhaps our culprits have gone underground, which is very liable, but that could take me some time.
I can tell you right now, it's not going to be there.
Oh? And he looks over at you. And what makes you so certain?
Because me and Dain went down there last night, and he casted a spell to find the armor, and it's not there. Before I answer or say any more, are you affiliated with the city guard here? Or are you just like a PI?
I am a private investigator, sir. I was brought in by the city guard when their normal people were not making any leeway, and I just so happened to be on vacation here when I was overheard the curious case of the murder. Naturally, my curiosity got the best of me. I went in to take a closer look, and just the natural curiosity of the nature of this particular case intrigued me enough to go ahead and pick it up. Plus, a little
Very well.
work in gold never hurt.
Fair enough. Well, in that case,
Mm,
Forgive me, I'm extremely tired right now.
No, your eyes are bloodshot, you have bags under your eyes, and you appear to be suffering from some kind of headache. Drinking some you have not drinking any alcohol, and so I can assuming that you have not partaken of any beverage, and therefore you are not in a hangover. I can deduce, therefore, that you must have suffered from some sort of terrible nightmare that prevented you from getting your normal amount of sleep.
I'm just gonna look at the rest of the party members. How the fuck do you know that?
Why, by the means of ways your eyes are bloodshot in your eyes, I was able to tell that you have a high amount of stress that is built up within your system that has caused it to become bloodshot. You are flushed in certain areas that should not be flushed, as well as the bags under your eyes indicate a lack of sleep. And of course, I could see you twitching a little bit in your ear, just ever so slightly there, that indicates that you're suffering from some minor pain due to the headaches. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but let's just say that I tend to notice things that others don't, hence why I am a detective. Similar to
Fucking
how
hell.
I could tell from your shoes there that you were trumping about in the sewers last night, which is why I believe your story about how you and Dain here went down below to search for his missing armor, as you do have that slight stick on you, as well as the fact that there was a little bit of muck left on those boots.
Talos is just nodding his head like he's like very impressed. Like, wow.
Really good thing you were not a detective 50 years ago. Fucking hell. Would've been out of job by then.
Well, I would have not quite been born at that time.
Again, thank God. Or the gods, whatever you believe.
And that brings about another curious question.
What might that be?
Say 50 years ago, but by how old you look, I imagine that you would either be much, much older than you currently are, or perhaps you have some sort of curse or something, because by the way that the curvature of your skin and the lack of certain creases, as well as a lack of certain grey hairs here and there, especially for one befitting a halfling, I would deduce that perhaps something has occurred to you to prevent aging, as you look far younger than what you should.
It's a long story, but more or less, what, the four of us, right? Just kind of disappeared for 50 years and then reappeared. It's all confusing to all of us, and right now I don't have the time to think about it.
Basic what now magic involving with a goddess of some kind. We're still trying to piece things together.
That's curious. Perhaps after I finish this case, I might be able to investigate that further for you lot, if you are so inclined, but furthermore, we have this case to investigate. So, as seeing as how you've determined that perhaps it is not in the sewers, well, the only place to investigate left would be the northern walls to see about that missing guard, see if we can't investigate further and see if any of them have perhaps noticed or seen anything. Besides that, I have perhaps a few places down by the ports to see if any of those warehouses, if perhaps they may have seen anything curious.
I doubt it. As before we went down that tangent of how young we all look for our age, I ran into the local thieves guild somehow, and call themselves the Rat Pack.
Yes, this Rat Pack. They appear to be the ones that seem to guide the thieves syndicate within this here particular city. From what I've been able to understand, I've been trying to locate quite a few of them, but they have remained elusive. It seems as if they were quite active right before the murder, and after the murder directly, they appear to have vanished from sight, which is when I've been trying to find some more leads in that to see if perhaps they may have been involved. But it has been quite difficult to locate them. They seem to be quite elusive.
Well, they were the ones to bring it into the auction house.
He takes out a notepad and quickly scribbles it down. That would
They
be gods.
received it. They turned it over rather quickly, and then after the murder, they were trying to find, just like you are, where it went. Didn't really get anything, but with the city guard, they're back in the sewers. And they, from my understanding, they didn't send it out through the dock. If they do have it, if they did, it would have probably been up to the marshes, since they run up that way.
That is most logical. That would explain. So, the mysterious appearance of this and having it been stripped from the logs, naturally it would definitely indicate that the Thieves Guild would be involved, the Rat Pack, as you say, and they would have likely smuggled it into the auction house, and, well, the commission was quite hefty for that. After all, they got 50% for the sale, meaning that they got themselves 50,000 gold for the sale of that particular armor, whereas the rest of the 50,000 went to, in particular, to the group or individual who initially gave the armor to the Rat Pack. Now, that is a good question. So, the Rat Pack said that they acquired it. Did they say who they acquired it from?
Unfortunately, they wouldn't tell me that. Or, sorry, they wouldn't speak of it in my presence, I should say.
Quite curious. Seemingly holding back a little bit on that information. By that, it means that either A, they were paid quite handsomely to keep the secret of whomever gave them the armor, or perhaps they're looking to extort a little bit more money for the proper information.
1,000 gold was definitely not enough to get that information, apparently.
Well, the group that deals in trade and whatnot that can net them 50,000, 1,000 gold would simply be a drop in the bucket, as one could say. Still, I admire your tenacity in that regard. Made some good progress, and that has connected quite a few things. So, we now know where the armor came from. We don't know exactly where it came from, but we know who is connected. But, according to what you say, and if we are to trust what they have said, it would appear as if the culprit could possibly be involved. Well, any other ideas that you all have? Things how we're ruling out the Rat Pack as well as possibly anything from the ports. It seems that perhaps we should make our way to the north and northern gates and see if we can discover anything useful up there.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Well then, as he kind of turns heel towards the door, let's just be off if you're all willing. I mean, this is my case, of course. I'm heading up there anyway, but if you all wish to join me, that is your prerogative. As he kind of opens up the door and walks out.
I'll tag along. Dane's going to get up and follow him out.
I was gonna do the same.
Dallen as well.
Bed sounds really good right now, but I suppose I'll go.
As you all head out into the through the tavern and out into town, once again, it's a nice early morning, about 9 o'clock-ish, after your conversation and everything. There's still a decent amount of fog in the area as you all proceed to follow Hemlock up to the north. You go about a northeastern direction, making your way somewhat towards the castle, but not exactly in that direction as you make a few twists and turns around until eventually you find yourself approaching a gate. And as you head to this gate, you take a look closer to the castle and you see like a nice straight path that leads down to the castle from where you're at. There's a drawbridge that seems to be placed over a small river that leads into the ocean. that allows access or denies entry to anyone or anything that wants to enter the castle. And near the base of that, there is another gate that heads to the northeast with another bridge, whereas the gate that you're facing seems to head to the northwest. And surrounding the city, as you kind of look above, outside the walls, you do see stone spires that scatter about here and there, providing a bit of a barrier against the elements and anything to the north. As you approach the gates, a couple guards notice you, and they kind of hold their hand up. It goes, "Hello, what's all this then? What are you lot doing here?" Whereas Hemlock kind of goes up and shows some quick paperwork. Goes, "Greetings. I am Hemlock Dolms. I am an investigator investigating the recent murder, and I have reason to believe that perhaps our culprits may have escaped through this gate here." "Oh, nonsense. There ain't no one that get in or out of here without anyone spotting."
How tall's this wall?
The wall itself spans about 30 feet tall, and you can see that there's no easy access from the walls itself. The only ways to get through the wall is through the gate. And as you look around, there are scattered about amongst the walls in different sections, different towers. The ones that are here by the gate are round, whereas as you look further down, you see some more square-shaped towers scattered about here and there.
With all due respect, there, I myself have climbed walls much harder than this.
Well, they'd have to be quite sneaky to be able to sneak up those walls unseen. We have patrols that go about on a regular basis, and we hadn't had anyone reporting anything was suspicious in the last week.
And as I said, I myself have done it before.
Well, you snuck up and hit about through our walls as they kind of start to draw their weapons.
No, not your walls. Walls in another city.
So, are you admitting yourself to a crime? Easy, gentlemen. They're with me. No need to worry. These are an experts that I brought in to help me solve this here case. This one here, Mr. Highhill, is in particular an infiltration and tracking expert. He has been able to infiltrate certain areas and found some vital clues necessary for my investigation. Do not worry about him. He is well on the side of the law. And he kind of turns and gives you a very sleight of hand wink.
I was doing personal matters on that end, but yes, it was to free a city held under a rather gruesome creature.
And they try to see their swords a bit. Oh, all right then. Well, what do you need from us? We simply need to talk to any guards that were working on that particular night of... Let me see. When was this? Check my notes. Because this wouldn't... Because it just hit the new month, so this would be the other... Oh, there you are. I need to get through this anyway, because I need to mark what day it is now, because it's a new day. Day 4 of Elysius. Oh, no, yeah, according to my... Yeah, okay. This particular murder would have occurred on the first day of Elysius. Any and all guards that were working that night, if you could please have them come to us. All right. As one of them kind of stomps off and heads off in towards the tower, while the other one goes, Well, he'll go around after lot. I guess if you want to have a look around, feel free. Yes, I do believe we will. Thank you, sir. As he gives him a nod and turns to you all. Now, I am going to start looking about the ground on the outside of this wall here, on the inside of the wall here, to see if there's anything I can discover. I imagine it'll probably take them about 15 to 20 minutes to round up the guards. I will then conduct my investigation and questioning of them all. Is there anything you all would like to do to assist with my investigation?
I'm just gonna turn to the guard and be like, "Do I have permission to climb your walls?"
He looks over at Hemlock, looks at you, looks like a Hemlock. Alright, I'll tell the men not to shoot you down.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
As for me, I'm not quite sure what would be what I could assist with.
You know, Dane's gonna kind of look around and kind of gauge the structural stability of some of these towers in the wall.
Sounds good. You can roll me history with advantage.
10-4. I rolled that one earlier in preparation. I got a 21. Unless you want me to roll a new one.
Oh, no, that should be just fine. And yeah, as you take a look, you can see that these walls have a particularly unique stone, and as you kind of like cross-reference from what you can see on the spires nearby, you can come to realize that they probably use some like a lot of the stone from the spires themselves as nearby resources to make these particular walls. And as you kind of take a feel for them for your hand and get a good gauge, you can feel that these are well sturdy made walls. Like the stone itself in particular, while definitely not magical, it definitely seems to be like a hard basalt, something that like you feel would be a little resistant to any sort of bludgeoning.
Hmm.
Keep that one in mind.
Talos is just going to be like kind of like just looking around the general vicinity area, see if anything kind of pops out at him. Because Talos right now he kind of feels like that third wheel. Like I'm not sure what really I'm supposed to do.
Any like wooden structures, like trebuchets, something like that, that Dallen could look over.
As you take a look, you're not seeing any on this side of the wall. Roll me a quick history check, though. 4. You don't recall seeing anything like that in the city.
All right.
Is there if I roll a perception check just to see if like the general vicinity, like around the ground or anything, or
Certainly.
one sec, this thing I have to reload this thing.
And then, Milo, are you scaling a wall?
Oh, absolutely.
Alrighty. Roll me an athletics or acrobatics check of your choice. And then you have those gloves.
25. I'm not attuned to them though.
No, I got a 9. I'll use one of my lucky points to roll that.
A
That's
9.
even worse. You know what? Just 9. That's it. I'm like, oh.
Alright,
Well,
well,
I really want to get that 9.
as you have a look around Talos, you're realizing that this is definitely a very difficult investigation. As you're looking around, you're not seeing much clues. You're seeing a lot of like footprints here and there, but everything is like it's been about 3 days since the murder occurred, and the suspects have been missing. And a lot of these footprints are fresh. Anything that was maybe old might have been trampled over at this time. It's very difficult to determine what could possibly be useful evidence. Meanwhile, Milo, like, you start scaling this wall, and I'll be quite frank with you. It was a DC of 30.
Oh shit.
And so you're able to find just the smallest nooks and cracks, and especially without those gloves, you find that this is very difficult to climb, especially since you don't have any actual like climbing gear. But you're able to just using your acrobatics alone, swing yourself up to a few particular spots here and there, where the stone isn't exactly smoothed out. It's got some rough spots, but the way that it's made, it's not an easy climb.
Actually, give me 1 second. I want to take a look at something.
You're gonna go ghost,
No,
Danny Phantom.
not yet. This might take me a while. Give me 1 second.
All right. And so, anything else you're doing, Dallen?
So I can't really think of anything to help out with right now.
Well, we're kind of just here. Dane's going to cast Locate Object to see if he can get a hint on the armor.
You're casting your spell again?
Yeah.
Alrighty. As you focus in on your locate spell, you reach out into the nearby area to see if you can sense it within 1,000 feet, and you do not sense it.
Okay. Alrighty.
But I have.
Oh,
Don't all talk at once.
Talos is gonna go to the guards and kind of talk to them, ask them a few questions, how many people are generally allowed to go through? What's their clearance that they would be allowed to go through here?
Well, generally we have folks that need to head north to the swamps. We want to make sure that they don't, they're not heading up there with any sort of suicide mission. After all, only fools will go through the swamp for anything. That's why we tend to focus our efforts towards the ports. So we generally
with the
just
people
have
that go
Oh,
with the
sorry.
people that go through this way, is there a record that that is kept on just to know who's coming and who's going, or
Of course.
do you just?
We have to make sure we take a proper account, especially in which direction they're heading and ensuring where they're going. After all, we have a set amount of time that if anyone from the other city or wherever they're heading to doesn't respond back, then we know exactly what direction we need to head to find the bodies.
Well, perhaps when the other guards get here, we can probably see who was stationed here that night and who came and went during the time of the murder.
Sounds like a plan.
Give me just 1 second. My dog is growling at something.
You're all good.
So can Milo take out his 200 feet of rope, tie a knot in it, and use that to scale the wall? Or to help him scale the wall?
Well, you've made a high enough check that you were able to scale up halfway. So it would be difficult to pull anything else out to I would have to have you make a check for that. To essentially, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw to make this kind of check. Because otherwise you would fall 15 feet, and land like you would take like 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Very well.
Or
I'll do it.
10 feet of bludgeoning. All right. Make me a dexterity saving throw.
18.
That is just high enough. I had you at 17. So you were able to get out the rope, and you now have like a bundle of rope in your hands.
And can I try to like throw that over the wall? Have it hopefully grab onto something and then use that to help me climb up?
Sure. Does it have a hook or anything, or are you tying a knot, or?
I'll go ahead and tie a knot in it.
Alrighty, make me a survival check with disadvantage.
Because of my water vehicle proficiency, can I have advantage on this to cancel out the disadvantage?
I'll allow it. So straight roll. Seeing as how you're doing it with one hand.
And why is that a 2? That should not be a 2. I cannot roll that ones.
Are you proficient? Well, yeah. Go ahead and re-roll
Is-
that.
That's better.
There you go. 14.
Oh no! Oh no!
You're able to tie a or is there a particular kind of knot you're looking for, like a loop or?
Yeah, I was thinking of like a bowline, where it could easily grab onto something, and then once it grabs on, tighten itself up on that object.
Yeah, that'll work. You managed to get that knot tied, and roll me an acrobatics check to fling it up, or athletics of your choice. 18 is just good enough. You're able to swing it up, and I'll allow you to make another dexterity saving throw with advantage to climb the rest of the way up.
21.
Yeah, that'll work. You're able to scale the last 15 feet up to the top of the tower. Where, as you get up there, a guard is holding the rope and then looks at you and goes, "You're lucky the captain told me that you were coming."
I'm just gonna eye this guy for a second and be like, it's...
Don't know why you just didn't take the stairs, though, as he kind of looks down at the stone stairs that lead into the inner part of the tower. Would have been much.
Can I access that? Can I access that? Can I access that from inside the wall?
Yeah. I mean, you certainly wouldn't want a door leading this from up here to the outside.
You know what? It's been a long... I had a long night last night, alright? I'm not thinking right now, okay? Stop
tell
it.
You got some nasty bags under your ears.
Well aware. Thank you.
Yeah. Sure. As he just looks at you very confused.
Yeah, since I'm up here, I might as well do a perception check.
Yeah. Ooh, 20.
Through 16.
Anything in particular you're looking for in any direction?
I'm just kind of looking out, seeing if I can spot something to help. I don't know what I'm looking for at this point, to be honest.
As you kind of look out, you can see the spires of rocks that form a natural barrier between the city and beyond. It's so thick, in fact, that you're not able to even see or get any hint that there's any swamp nearby. But you do see through some of the spires. There's a few of the spires that have gone up where there's a large there's some separation between a couple of the spires in certain areas that seem to provide an almost natural gateway beyond. And from there, you can start to see hints of what might be a swamp, especially through one of the two spires where you see the rivers currently flowing into the north from the city. And as you look around, you can see that the walls are relatively in decent condition. You don't see anything out of the ordinary there. You look behind you, and you can see several buildings. You can see Hemlock nose to the ground, practically looking at a few different tracks and shaking his head at a few before moving on. You see Talos talking to a guard, while Dallen is looking at each of the towers from the ground, scratching his head. while Dain is currently caressing the stone.
It's a nice stone.
And as you look around, you look on the outside and you can see, like, not a well-made path, but you can see a general, like, worn path leading from the gate to the northwest towards one of the gaps in the spires. And as you kind of look around the grass and the area around you, you can not see a whole lot of trees. There's not really much foliage except for some tall grass. And you notice that there's some animals kind of poking here and there, a couple small critters, rabbits that are darting here and there amongst the grass. And I'll say from up there, you don't see too much else. Give me a nature check.
Okay.
I'll give you this with a soft 20 in perception.
13.
Now, you do notice a couple spots where there's tall grass growing that don't look normal. They seem to be like most of the grass has a way of flowing and moving. It looks like there's a couple of spots that seem to have some bent grass to them. It looks like perhaps maybe something went like waltzed through there. You're not quite sure from this distance, but there are a couple interesting spots that don't look natural as per nature has allowed.
Excuse me, guard. Would it be possible for the 5 of us to be allowed outside the gate for a minute?
Well, you'll have to talk to the captain down below for that.
Very well. As Milo will take the stairs down this time.
Yeah. You go down the stairs. They're nice and smooth stairs. You can see that they have some fair use to it. They aren't too terribly tall. They have a nice grade to them that allows easy up and down access to it. And eventually you come to the nice thick door that, once you open it, leads you into the city.
I'm gonna walk over to Delms and tell him about the grass.
Yeah, you catch him as he's coming back, and you see a couple guards moving into position by the gate, ready to be interrogated. Interesting. Some unnatural grass formations, you say? Perhaps after we investigate these here guards and interrogate them, we can perhaps investigate that anomaly to see if perhaps there's some sort of link to our case.
Very well. You want some help interrogating?
Certainly. As he kind of approaches, and Talos, you see a few of the guards approach, and they stand in position while the captain that went to retrieve them stand nearby. Well, there's all the men that were stationed on the northern wall that night, except for one.
Except for one.
Aye. I sent a few other men to search around to find Brady, but for some reason, he can't be found. Not sure if he's perhaps spending some intimate time with a lover, or if he's perhaps absconded elsewhere. Maybe
I'm
gone
assuming
AWOL.
Brady is the same person that didn't show up for that night.
Oh, yes, actually. That's the one that didn't quite check in. We kind of assumed that he kind of went AWOL, but once he finished up his shift, today was supposed to be his next shift.
What a coincidence.
No one checked his home or any of the taverns on.
That's what I sent the men out for. And initially they didn't find anything, but I have them looking a little deeper to see if anyone's spotted him. Can't tolerate no one going AWOL.
But yet you tolerate someone not showing up for their shift?
Well, that's part of going about it.
It definitely is of concern, especially since he didn't show up for his shift during the murder, and now he's not here on the day he's supposed to be.
Can I get a description on Brady?
Oh, certainly. He was a human. A unlike some of the other blokes around here that are dwarves and other like. He had himself some brown hair, blue eyes, and had himself a nice scruffy beard. Aside from that, nothing else too substantial. Just normal build, I reckon. Have you seen him in the city?
Sir, you gave me the most average human possible. If I-
he had himself a scar on his cheek. It's somewhat separated a bit of his beard hair. And he kind of points to his left cheek. It was like a line there. He got it while training one day. It happened there. He struck a dummy with his sword, and it jumped back and bit him in the cheek there. Managed not to lop off his cheek, but it left a nasty scar.
Now that's actually something helpful, thank you.
That narrows it down.
So have you seen him when you were out in the city?
Can I roll a history for that?
Go for it.
I'm also gonna roll a history, see if if I see someone that looked like him over when we were at the training grounds.
Neither of you
9.
have seen anyone by that description since you've been here.
Fair enough.
There's Dain.
20.
You didn't see, you didn't have gone around too much, but from the people that you've been looking at, you also have not seen anyone by that description.
Fair enough.
Definitely not you, Dallen.
Yeah, no.
I suppose it's worth the shot. Well, hopefully my men will get back. And in any case, here are the men that you can talk to about their shift that night. And so Hemlock kind of steps up and goes, "Greetings, men. I'll get straight to it. On the night of the 1st, we had potentially one, possibly multiple individuals that had possibly absconded to this northern part of the wall. We are here investigating to figure out if perhaps you might have seen anything." They all kind of get blank stares and just kind of look at each other and look back at Hemlock. They'll take that as a no, therefore we can rule out an obvious exit. Well, perhaps then they may have done something a little more sneakily. Have any of you detected any sort of possibility of infiltration, or perhaps any skulkings about on that night? So they all just kind of look at each other. No, not really. I mean, there was, of course, Brady didn't check in when he was supposed to, but we all just kind of thought that he just wandered off. I see. Well, perhaps if we can find this Brady, we might get more answers in that regard, but since he is still not currently available, who amongst you can with certainty indicate any possible exit points within your wall? Blank stares from all of them again. And he kind of looks back at you all. Terribly useful these lot are, aren't they?
I try to silently try to, as discreetly as possible, cast let me see. One sec. Zone of Truth.
I mean, you can't quite discreetly because it requires verbal, but
Sure.
you can cast it if you wish.
Okay.
So, are you casting it?
Yeah.
Are you making it known that you're casting it?
No.
Oh. So as you kind of speak a few holy words and flex your fingers a bit, your holy symbol of Bahamut lights up, and suddenly all the guards kind of get startled a little bit, whoa, what was that then?
Oh no, I was just making a prayer. Pay me no mind.
Must have been the wind.
Are we all in the zone of truth as well?
Yeah, I mean you're all nearby, so all of you need to make what was it? There
Yeah,
it is.
the
Charisma saving throw.
Charisma?
Yes.
since I'm the caster, I don't need to do this, do I?
You do.
I do. Oh,
Unless you
Okay.
choose, you can choose to fail it automatically if you so wish.
might as well.
And then what's your save?
The save is 15.
15. So Dallen and Milo, you both suddenly feel compelled to speak truthfully if asked a question.
I'm just gonna very slowly and unconspicuously walk out of the zone.
You do feel that a couple of guards, while they don't know what's happening, they resist the spell. A few others don't seem to resist it at all. Meanwhile, Hemlock kind of turns them all and goes, worry not about that. Now, as he kind of takes a look at a couple of them, what in particular area do we know that this Brady was supposed to have been covering before he disappeared? I believe that he was supposed to be covering the northernmost tower over there. As he kind of points off it towards the western direction, where, as you take a look along, you see as the wall kind of like curves a little bit, like it goes westward, but it has a bit of a northern curve to it. It comes to a point where you see the wall hits a spot, just a particular tower, and then it juts to the southwest, and kind of goes along from there. He was supposed to be covering that there tower when the next shift arrived, and they didn't find him there, so they thought that he abandoned his duty. Very good, very good. As he kind of writes that down on a note. And none of the rest of you had noted or had any individuals approach the wall at that time. No, as they all just kind of talk at once. No, the usual drunks sometimes wandering nearby, but never one that got close to the wall.
Any do you happen to have the list for those that have gone through the this checkpoint from that time?
Oh, yes, sir. As he kind of goes over and grabs a book. Here you are. This is for the entire logs from the day.
Does this also include the guards that were here writing it down as well?
Of course, I got to check in.
Go ahead and take a look over it, looking through this.
As you take a look, you do see in the logs a number of people, and as well as the times, approximate times that they were let in or out. It's not a very large list. The number of guards, like in their patrols and whatnot, are quite meticulous and take out most of this. Seems to be more guards that seem to come in, as there's only like one or two like traders that managed to get, a few of them that left through the gate. You do see a spot where Brady checked in, but as you kind of scroll through it, you are not able to find him signing out.
It shows here that he definitely had signed in and was definitely checked in, but didn't come out. That's interesting. The fact that he signed in but didn't show to his post. And you're certain but since he showed they signed in here, you're certain that no one saw him. Who was the person that he relieved? go back to look at the list to see who he had relieved.
That was me, sir. As an individual steps forward. My name's Tom, sir. And he did relieve me. It was just before the sunset. The sun was just setting, and I was looking forward to joining the fun activities of the night. And he came to relieve me of duty. Everything seemed normal with him. Didn't have any indication that he was going to be leaving his post or nothing.
Is it normal to only have one person on post at a time?
Well, it just kind of depends. I mean, to be honest, he kind of scratches the back of his head. Don't usually have a lot of threats that occur within the walls, and well, we don't have as many city guard amongst the walls as well the sailors. So there's that.
I kind of give it like a little bit of a disapproving look at that.
We are a proud city guard, and we do the best we can with the resources we can, but we have been rather understaffed lately, and as a result, some of our coverage may be limited, but we have been able to afford at least one guard per tower.
Is it like an issue of funding, an issue of people wanting to join? Like, what's the issue here?
A little bit of
From
both.
a lot of it, from what I gathered over at the training grounds, was a lot of the bureaucracy, focusing more on the seaward side than the inward side.
Right? They like to focus more on what brings in the most money, which, well, naturally the sea brings in more money than, of course, the land, thanks to that despicable swamp out there.
Unfortunately, with the way the world we've seen out the world, it's probably good to have a bit more guards on the inside, less likely of things creeping in or out. Especially since guards are going missing, that should normally set up an alarm of some kind if a guard goes missing from their post, especially one that's already assigned themselves in.
We've been checking around looking for him, trying to see if we can't figure out what had happened to him, but it's been a few days now. We were hoping that perhaps if he just disappeared, he would have reappeared by now, but clearly that's the case. As you see a couple scouts puffing run up. I checked around the city all round, but we can't find him anywhere. No one's seen him either. Well, I suppose then that's certainly not good. Well, I do believe
Perhaps.
that we've gotten all the information we need here. Now, Mr. Highhill here has noted an irregularity on the outside of the walls. I suggest that we go investigate.
If we're allowed out, as I give a look at the captain.
Well, certainly, of course, so long as you don't make your way to the swamps. If you do, I don't feel we may not have the personnel to go retrieve your bodies.
I mean, to be fair, you don't have the personnel to guard your towers.
Damn.
Perhaps once all this situation is over, we can speak with we can send a letter to our beneficiary to see if he might be able to assist or give some suggestions toward your higher ups on giving you a bit more funding. And I would suggest putting 2 guards if you can. If people are going missing.
Yeah, he scratches the back of his head. Yeah, that might be a good idea.
So I hand back the after taking a good moment to kind of like look over the ledger like one more time. I give it back to the. Is it the captain?
Yeah, the captain of
Yep.
the guard of the wall.
I give that back to him, and I follow our detective friend.
And real fast, can I roll a history check to see if I've noticed any city guards actually within the city?
Yeah, go for it. Natural 20. Part of you like scoping out a city, as force of habit, you do tend to look at the security as well as anything or anyone in particular that is like guards that could be a possible risk. And so, as you take a look around, and especially as you've thought about it, you for sure like have seen very little guard presence within the city itself. You see a couple patrols, individual-wise, here and there that seem to help keep the peace from time to time, but it seems very obvious that like there's not a whole lot of guards around.
Captain, to be quite frank, Antiva has more guards than your city does.
Well, Antiva, they got more crime and stuff over there. We don't usually have that sort of problems around here.
Really? Then why is there a thieves guild here?
There's thieves guilds all over the place. And just rats that are scurried about in places we can't quite weed them out in, and they always cause problems, but I ain't the violent sort, I tell ya. They usually are just petty crimers. This murder is one that we don't usually get a whole lot of.
You also do know that the local thieves guild was the one to actually bring in Dundras.
Yeah, what? As he goes bug out a little bit. Why, those little rats?
You might want to get some more city guards to keep the peace around here and actually protect your fucking walls.
Well, perhaps
All
after
right.
this here case, we might be able to make a proper case to the leaders. They might be able to provide us a little more push, eh? As he kind of looks up at the castle a little disdainly.
The bureaucracy. I shake my head at that. Let's follow our friend here and see if we can find any clues.
As you follow him out of the walls, this grass is very thick. You can tell that they don't seem to take any care of it, as it's almost as taller than you are, Milo. Like, as you start to go through it, it's almost like you're walking through a thick underbrush.
I was gonna disappear from here.
Anyone that wants to can roll a perception check.
Yes, I could load this thing. Perception.
God damn it, Dallen!
Dallen has
These
the
guys
eyes
are
of a hawk.
keyed in. Like, he's succeeded in quite a few of those perception checks against you.
He does not like that you have that amulet on.
He zeroes in on you now because of that amulet.
Got bad juju. Actually, lore-wise, that's probably why you can feel where you are at most times.
I can sense you. Now I can sense you.
Milo, as you kind of you do your best to scurry through the grass without moving any of them, making much any sound. Dallen, you key in and you're just like, I know exactly where you're going. Whereas Hemlock, as they get going further along down the wall, Hemlock looks back and goes, Mr. Highhill, where exactly did you see this disturbance? As he looks around, he seems to have quite vanished.
He tends to do that.
I'm just gonna appear on the other side of where he's looking and be like, oh yeah, it's just right over here.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Highhill. Very well, carry on. And so as you all make your way over there, as you get closer, you do see that there's a couple spots where the grass seemed to have been disturbed near the wall. Now this is most curious. It definitely appears as if something has transpired over here. Let us investigate. As Hemlock kind of bends down to the grass and starts leading closer. All of you can roll me perception or an investigation check, if you will.
Investigation. No, not intimidation. Investigation.
Milo can't see shit over this grass.
Better than
Dallen's
Hemlock.
not-
He got a natural one.
One off from another nat 20. Very sad.
Dang.
Definitely, you got better than most of us.
As Hemlock gets down, he finds himself slipping on some mud and faceplanting around. Oh, I see.
You all right?
Ah, yes, quite. Mud here was a tad slicker than expected. As he kind of
Go ahead and help him up.
Yeah, you help him up. You don't see really anything either. And Dain, what you notice is you see along, like on the outside of the wall, as the rest are kind of looking towards the grass, your eye notices an irregularity on the wall itself, where you find that there's a particular mark on the wall. And as you take a closer look, you determine that something seems to have struck it, as there's a very thin chunk somewhat taken out of the wall that seems to be fresher than the rest of the other cuts on the wall.
Can I roll history? It's stonework, isn't it?
Yes.
Or yeah. Can I roll history to see like what type, or potentially what type of tool was used?
Sure. That's 21 with advantage. As you take a look at this mark, you realize that, like many times, a chisel or a wedge will have to be used to split stone and help with the shaping. The way that the cut on this particular piece seems to have been done seems to be something a little thinner. As you kind of pick it with your finger, you actually feel a bit of metal wedged into the stone itself. Seems to have something that wasn't intended to strike at stone, either collided with or hit this somehow.
I'm gonna try and wedge this piece of metal out of the stone.
Let's say you have the tools required. You're able to do it easy enough.
Sounds good.
Meanwhile, Dallen, as you're kind of looking about, it's very thick grass. You can see, at least in the particular area where everyone's kind of hovering nearby, the grass, as you're looking at it, appears to be compressed downward, as if something lay down, or perhaps something landed here. And then you can see, as you kind of follow the path, you see that the grass is less damaged as it gets dragged a little bit to, it almost looks like perhaps some dragging goes a little bit to the north. But more so, what you notice with a 26 is, combined with the a bit of the softer earth, mud on the ground, you pick up tints of red below where the grass was compressed.
I'm gonna yell at everyone to come over here that I think I found something.
Righto, as Hemlock heads your way.
See this right over here as Dallen points at the red spots? I think we found your guy.
Yes, quite. As he kind of leans down and looks closer, takes his finger, pushes it in, and brings it up. It would appear as if the moisture of the ground, though has absorbed most of it, it does appear that this is indeed blood. As he kind of takes a look around the area. From what I can tell here, it seems that a fairly significant amount of blood has spilled from this source here. But there's no body, which would indicate that perhaps something, maybe an animal, perhaps dragged this body away. It's hard to say whether or not if this was an animal or perhaps humanoid.
Can I roll an investigation to see if there's more blood?
Go for it.
I guess there's not.
You get a little distracted.
I'm gonna check too, especially with my dragonborn sense of smell. I'm gonna use a lucky to reroll
yes.
that.
How's that dragonborn sense of smell?
Face planted
No,
into the mud.
Stuffy. He's having an allergic reaction.
Dane also
Oh.
face plant into the mud.
I'm gonna use
All
my
right.
last. I'm gonna use my last lucky of the day because I have only. So
Oh man.
what is? That
Everyone-
does not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we need to hold off for a second. Let's give roll 20 a second to cool down.
Mm.
Good lord, those rolls.
It's like.
I mean, if I had advantage on it, I would have a good roll.
You'll start slipping and sliding in the mud a bit. Dane, you fall into the mud, and when you come up, you are covered in mud and blood. Oh, bollocks. And
Like,
now you've gone
too
and
much
tainted the scene.
At least if there's that much blood, at least we know it was something far more substantial than an animal.
Yeah, I mean, it could have perhaps been a larger mammal, or perhaps something.
Wouldn't there been a carcass of some kind?
Hard to say. Unfortunately, I'm not as
Oh,
versed with
there is
the
a-
creatures here.
Drag indent down that way. As
Yeah.
Dallen points towards where where he saw the indent into the ground. Just point into it. That don't even remember what direction.
I'm gonna try to carefully move my way toward it without going straight through the dragging locate where the drags are.
Yeah, so with all of this drag, we might be able to see if perhaps there's any more clues that were left behind. Have any of the rest of you found anything?
Not
With all due
quite.
respect, I can't see shit over this grass.
I suppose that is indeed fair.
I did find this, and while like sopping wet with mud, Dane's gonna bring out the metal piece and show it to Hemlock.
And let's see here. Yes. Where did you find this exactly?
Hey, it was in the wall over there. Looks like
He kind of goes over to it and to the section of the wall and sees where you pull it out from. Quite an irregular mark. It's a little bit on the longer side, and as he kind of mumbles to himself, and then looks. He feels it with his hand. It seems to be deeper on the top, and then gets lighter further down to indicate that it had struck up here first and went downward. The angle of which, and then he takes a look at the metal piece. I dare say, I believe what ended up happening was that something fell from above. Something that had this metal piece, of which, due to its particular size and the way that it struck this here particular stone, and the bits that I can see here, this bit in particular does appear to be made out of steel. Its origin I'm not certain of, as there's not enough here to go by, but nevertheless, something that had some steel in it struck the wall here on its way down, and as a result broke off a piece of it and allowed it to stay in the wall, whereupon which whatever it was attached to landed here on the ground, and henceforth something was dragged away. And he kind of looks at you all. I dare say, gentlemen, I do believe our friend Brady here may have had a terrible fall and was dragged away.
A fall, or maybe perhaps pushed.
Perhaps pushed indeed.
Starting to sound like the legend of Humpty.
This is Humpty you speak of.
You don't know about the legend of Humpty?
Nah.
He had a great fall.
Very interesting.
They say that all the king's horses and men had tried to put that person back together again, but even the strongest magic could not mend him.
That just sounds still a bit silly.
At least someone else here has heard of the legend of Humpty.
I've heard of a few things here and there. But on to our current task. If I had to wager a guess, either pushed or perhaps fell, this individual on his way down no doubt had his blade out. And once he fell, near the bottom, perhaps while flailing about, his sword may have struck the wall here and left a bit of the blade there, as he then landed on the ground, no doubt ending his life. Now, to explain the blood, not all of it though, as even from a fall, the amount of blood that would have spilt would have most likely come from, well, perhaps an open wound, I'd have to say. So if I had to wager a guess, this individual most likely must have been attacked and then perhaps shoved off the side of the wall. That would be the only explanation for as to why there is so much blood here.
And what might have happened to him after? A beast might have dragged him off, perhaps, or maybe whoever knocked him, set him down from the wall wanted to make sure he couldn't be found.
There is that. Perhaps after this we can scale up into the top of their tower to see if there was any evidence or anything left behind. Well, let's just go follow this drag to see where it leads. So as you all follow along the drag mark, you watch as the drags suddenly becomes less obvious, as after about like 20 feet has passed between the wall and this drag mark, you watch as the grass seems to go back to normal. Curious, it would appear as if the trail ends here. Although that seems highly unlikely, as he leans down and kind of combs through the grass a little bit. There certainly is no body, no bones, and hardly any blood to be found here, indicating that perhaps... Kind of strokes his chin a little bit. Perhaps he may have been picked up after being dragged for so long and carried away. Have a look around, see if any of you can spot anything in particular. Investigation checks.
Alright.
Oh dear. Oh no! Dang.
Oh,
natural
Oof.
Gee, I think I'm gonna reload.
I'm doing that right now.
Yeah, same here.
I already reloaded.
Now, as you all kind of comb through the grass, it makes sense that there's like you all got such low scores. There's like nothing out here. It's very difficult to see anything. Unfortunately, Hemlock got a 12 on his roll, so as he looks about, he goes, it's very, very faint, but right here, I can count at least 1, 2, 3. There's roughly about 5 sets of footsteps right over here. It's just barely visible with all this grass and mud, but it goes in this direction. And so Hemlock proceeds to continue to follow it, and you watch as the path curves a little bit until you hit the road. From there, the grass gets a lot clearer, and you watch as Hemlock kind of bends down by the road. Makes it a little easier to see, and for what I can tell here, it's a little difficult to tell, as it seems there has been some traffic since that day. There's a few fresher marks, but I do see a small collection of individuals here that seem to have been grouped up together as they marched just a little bit off this path towards the swamps. Tally-ho! As he says as he raises his finger and marches onward.
Alright.
Yeah, we're wrapping up.
I try to catch up to him.
You all follow Hemlock as he continues to kind of follow what faint path he can until you all get into the shadows of the spires. As you watch through this path, Hemlock points out a couple spots. Oh, right there, where you can see a small smear of blood where higher up than what you would be expecting. As if, because you normally expect blood to be lower to the ground, on the ground, but this one appears to be about 7 feet up.
I was doing all the way up there.
Well, if I'd had to wager, we have a larger, taller individual that seems to be carrying them. if I'd had to wager. Otherwise, perhaps someone accidentally knocked their head against the wall. But in our particular case, I highly doubt it. And after about another 5 more minutes of walking through these big spires, you feel the air start to get heavier as you hear buzzing start to occur from all around. And it gets darker and darker as you all approach an area after the spires where you see lots of trees, fog, and just overall a swampy area. It's got a little bit of like rotting vegetable smells to it, and it's just all around gross everywhere.
Well, this place
Smell.
doesn't look inviting.
Yes, I would like to welcome you all to the Valewood, the notorious swamp of Ravenscrest. Now, look around real quickly. We might be able to find some clue.
Kind of like trying to fan the smell out of me as I take a look around.
Everything around is assaulting your senses, Dain, and you're kind of stunned and unable to do anything. You're just like,
Give me just a second.
"Oh."
It's like I
I
take
mean-
a step forward into what I think is solid ground, and I go up to my knees.
Yep.
That's 3.
This is not the place
Well,
for a dwarf.
Like my Talos's nose is just like hit, like he is not.
Oh,
loving
thank God.
the thing anymore.
Oh, this is perfect. So, as you all are starting to you get just past the precipice of the spires, where the hard ground stone turns into soft earth, and Dain, you're just essentially assaulted. You sink down into the mud, and you don't go down any further to where it's dangerous, but you have a little difficulty getting out of it. It's just like, oh, and you're just completely covered in muck. Milo, you see that, and you kind of back a little like, ooh, I don't like that. That would have literally suffocated me. And Talos, you start to walk, and you're having difficulty with things sticking to your greaves, as you're just, lifting hard with your feet, just... and you're not able to see anything. Dallen, you're able to, find a bit of the harder ground. As you kind of investigate around, you notice a particular depression in the ground that indicates something rather unusual. And as you kind of follow it along, you come to a spot where you see, a lot of the swampy water is generally undisturbed here and there. There's a lot of algae and green stuff. You notice a particular area where there's some disturbance in the water, where the algae has been parted in some fashion, unusually. And as you kind of get closer, you squint your eyes at the water, the murky depths through the fog. And as you do, you notice something gleaming just underneath the surface. And as you kind of reach down through the water, you feel and you grab something kind of soft, and as you pull it up, it breaks the water, and you are face to face with a humanoid with their skull is caved in. They got leeches all over their face, and their tongue is half eaten as their mouth is agape as you have pulled up a dead body of a city guard.
Ah, shit.
I wonder who that could be.
And as you do that, and you catch the rest of the party hears the splash, and they catch their attention, they look at you, everyone gasps. That is where we're going to end the session for today.
Jeez.
Disgusting.
You all get 200 experience points for your investigation and for fighting a dead body.
Woo!
It's like, hey kids, you want to see a dead body?
I'm so happy.
Be right back. What an interesting turn of events, as our heroes have discovered the body of a city guard in the swamp. What does this mean for their investigation? Will Dain be reunited with his armor of his ancestors? Find out on the next exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras.